We will, by God's grace and the cooperation, we will bring back our children.
Governor Makinde urged unity and restraint, calling on residents to support security operation rather than apportion blame.
This is not the time to start trading blames. Whether state government, whether federal government, or whether local government. This is just the time for us to pull together. Let us rescue our children and their teachers.
The governor noted that the fight against insecurity has come at a cost, with Amotekun operatives losing their lives. He added that since the incident, he has been holding regular meetings with security chiefs to coordinate rescue efforts.
I have not been sleeping well myself. Along with service commanders, they want to possibly meet every day. One in the morning, one in the night. They were with me till almost maybe 10, 11 p.m. In fact, almost midnight, because we started the meeting 10 p.m. yesterday.
As the wait continues, a CLA resident says they are praying that the governor's next visit will be to celebrate the safe return of everyone taken. Femi Amusho, AIT News, Ibadan.
The Department of State Services, DSS, has arrested 5 suspected arms couriers, including 2 foreign nationals from Niger Republic, linked to the November 2025 abduction of nearly 300 students and staff from St. Mary's Catholic School in Papiri, Niger State. According to security sources, the suspects were allegedly supplying weapons to the gunmen responsible for the attack. Among those arrested were Yusuf Mohammed, also known as Bature, a wanted member of the Boko Haram terrorist group, and his associate Mubarak Ibrahim, who were intercepted on the Zaria-Kaduna highway while attempting to collect a consignment of arms. Subsequent operations led to the arrest of Goni Ibrahim, an international arms courier from the Difa region of Niger Republic, and his accomplice Tuku Sani. Security operatives recovered 15 AK-103 rifles, 15 magazines, and 1,434 rounds of live ammunition concealed in their vehicle. A 5th suspect, Alhaji Adamu, also known as Gadu Banufe, believed to be a major arms supplier in the Kebbi axis, was later arrested in Yari, Kebbi State. Investigations indicate that the suspect played key roles in supplying weapons to the gunmen who attacked the Catholic boarding school on November 21, 2025. During the attack, more than 250 students and teachers were taken into the Kainji Lake Reserve Forest, although about 50 children escaped. The federal government and Niger State authorities later confirmed the successful rescue of all remaining captives on December 21, 2025, with no student left in captivity. The former Director of Defense Information, Major General Rabe, and his wife have been abducted. And away from that, youth enrollment in Nigeria's armed forces from southeast is seeing a sharp decline, sparking concerns among regional leaders, while some cite marginalization and poor welfare. Others claim the pole of entrepreneurship is simply stronger. But there are fears that the reasons are much deeper, with a mix of historical context and contemporary reality. This special report from Oka, the Anambra State capital, explains it. We'll bring that report subsequently. In the meantime, troops of the 12th Brigade Nigerian Army have foiled a planned kidnap operation, neutralized 1 terrorist, and recovered arms and ammunition in Lokoja local government area of Kogi State. A statement by the Acting Assistant Director, Army Public Relations, 12th Brigade Nigerian Army, Lieutenant Hassan Abdullahi, explained that acting on credible intelligence about planned kidnapping activities by terrorists within Jakura 2 community, troops of the brigade under 2 divisions swiftly deployed and laid an ambush at a suspected crossing point along Old Obajana Tajimi Road in the area early hours of 30th May 2026. During the operation, troops engaged the terrorists in a firefight, neutralizing 1 terrorist, while other members of the group fled the scene with suspected gunshot wounds. According to the statement, during a thorough search of the area, troops recovered 1 AK-47 rifle, 5 magazines, 70 rounds of 7.62 mm special ammunition, 1 bandolier, and mobile phones. The Army spokesman also noted that the successful operation is part of sustained effort by the 12th Brigade to deny terrorists and criminals freedom of action and enhance the security of communities and law-abiding citizens in Kogi State. Lieutenant Hassan Abdullahi confirmed that troops are currently exploiting the general area to track and apprehend the fleeing terrorists. He added that the commanded 12th Brigade Nigerian Army, Brigadier General Kasim Umar Sidi, commended the troops for their vigilance, combat efficiency, and commitment to duty. According to him, the commander reassured residents of the brigade's resolve to maintain pressure on terrorists and other criminal elements, but urged members of the public to continue providing timely and actionable intelligence to security agencies. Earlier, we told you that youth enrollment into Nigeria's armed forces from the southeast is seeing a sharp decline, sparking concerns among regional leaders. While some cite marginalization and poor welfare, others claim the pull of entrepreneurship is simply stronger. But there are fears that the reasons are much deeper, with a mix of historical context and contemporary reality. This special report from Oka, the Anambra State capital, explains it.
Post-independence Nigeria had one of the strongest armed forces on the continent, as at 1960, the Nigerian Army, according to available records, had 82 nationals in its officer corps, a significant number of whom were from the old eastern region, while the rank and file were dominated by Nigerians from the northern region. This officer corps' demographic was seen as an imbalance and a cause of concern in other regions. However, the politics, January 15, 1966 coup, the counter-coup of July of the same year, and the 1967 to 1970 Biafran War disrupted much of that, setting a perception and precedent problem that has persisted till now.
Our military men from Igbo extraction were massacred in their great numbers. After the war, nobody wanted to do anything with the army. It was like a plague, and the thing subsists till now.
And so, from being a powerhouse in representation in the armed forces, a different trend is emerging in the southeast. And it is not just low representation, but a visible apathy towards military and paramilitary service.
And after what happened during the coup and counter-coup, and then the war, a good number of the people who were the few that actually remained in the armed, or were able to find their ways into the armed forces, began to see themselves, because of the distrust, as being set up to die in the military fronts.
So I think it goes down to the fundamentals. That's the major issue, is that feeling of alienation, feeling of separation from the mainstream of the Nigerian state, where those at the corridors, over the years, not necessarily now, since after the war, they've not carried out the reintegration of the Igbo, the rehabilitation of the Igbo into the mainstream.
Data from the ongoing recruitment of 50,000 police constables highlights the gap, while states like Adamawa, Benue, and Kaduna boast over 30,000 applicants each. Southeast states like Ebonyi and Anambra have struggled to record even 2,000. So, why the cold feet? Some youths point to a lack of modern equipment and the fear of being deployed to high-risk, unfamiliar territories immediately after training.
I actually wanted to join Nigeria, but looking at the level of equipment and everything, it's not working, and our military are dying day by day and all those things. So it's a no for me.
If they advertise other things that are more secure, as a graduate that has master's degree, I'm doing business to make sure that I secure my life and future first.
Beyond the risks, there is a lingering perception of institutional bias. As Michael Ovat explains, there is the perception that youths from other regions are mostly sent to the front lines of the Islamist insurgency war, which has persisted for more than 15 years in the country's northeast.
If the federal government can, with time, once they enroll, allow them to practice in their area, to get used to the force, need to before posting them there, they will join. So government should look onto that, not that maybe the payroll or welfare of package. That is not the issue. The issue is marginalization and the rate in which they are posting them to that place. That is the only thing that is putting fear on them.
Public affairs analyst Dennis Ekemezie believes the issue is deeper, citing dissatisfaction with promotion cycles and deployment patterns. He warns that if this trend continues, the region's voice in national security policy will weaken.
It's a potential danger in the future because they will not be counted, and then policy making, and then resource allocation and manpower deployment may not be favorable to the southeast.
But these perceptions and concerns have been downplayed by military authorities. As the debate continues, the message to Abuja is that to bridge the recruitment gap, the government must prioritize better welfare, modern technology, and a sense of equity for those defending the country's territorial integrity.
Operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, have uncovered consignment of high-potency illicit drugs concealed in water purifier machines shipped to Lagos from Netherlands. According to the agency's spokesman, Femi Babafemi, the illicit drug consignment, mainly ketamine, weighing 3 kilograms and 199 grams of MDMA pills, which were carefully hidden in the water purifier machines, were discovered and seized at a courier company in Lagos on Tuesday, 26 May 2026. In Kaduna, NDLEA operatives arrested a couple, Musa Sunday and Mercy Sunday, along with another suspect, Salomi Ezekiel, who is 38-year-old, following the seizure of 100 jumbo bags of with a gross weight of 1,246 kilograms from their homes at Gonin Gora area of Kaduna on Sunday, 24th May. In another interdiction operation in the state, NDLEA officers on patrol along Abuja-Kaduna Highway by Jere Semday intercepted a 30-year-old suspect, Sanusi Musa, with 380 military-grade ammunition, RLA 7.62 mm, going to Katsina State. The suspect and the exhibit have since been handed over to the appropriate security agency for further action. Meanwhile, NDLEA operatives in Niger State, acting on credible intelligence, raided a warehouse at Gidan Kuka Buso local government area where 457 kilograms of skunk were recovered on Wednesday, 27th May, and the suspect, Godwin Zaka, 46, arrested at his Beganu Mina residence in connection with the seizure. Also in Enugu State, operatives on patrol along Onitsha-Enugu Expressway on Thursday, 28 May, intercepted a Taraba State-bound commercial vehicle marked J158YF. A search of the bus led to recovery of 22,000 pills of tramadol, 100 ampoules of pentazocine, and 200 grams of bramazepam, while a suspect, James Magari, was also arrested. South African activist and actor Nkoshikano Undabadamba, popularly known as Pakel Umtakati, has issued a call for Nigerians and other foreign nationals, particularly Africans operating in formal shops in South Africa, to close their businesses and leave the country. He set June 30 for a deadline for compliance. In his address, the activist publicly commended countries like Ghana for repatriating their citizens. He frames the movement as a call for non-South Africans to return home and pressure their own government to build stronger economies, rejecting labels of xenophobia. The clips have ignited fierce debate on Facebook, Instagram, and X, as critics argue the rhetorics put legally residing Nigerians, shop owners, and their families at risk, noting many have no connection to criminal activity. Human rights groups have warned that broad calls for expulsion can fuel vigilantism and endanger innocent people. As of June 1, 2026, Nigerian diplomatic representatives have not formally addressed this specific clip. However, South African officials have spoken against mob action. Minister in the presidency, Kumduzu Kaveni, recently condemned vigilantism, stating that state enforcement focuses on undocumented immigrants and is not directed at specific African nationalities. The Nigerian Ministry of Foreign Affairs maintains that Nigerians abroad are entitled to protection and dignity under international law. In past bilateral engagement, both nations have committed to addressing tensions through diplomatic channels. South Africa has seen recurrent waves of anti-immigrant sentiment, often centered on economic grievances in townships and informal markets. The current campaign coincides with broader regional debates on migration, documentation, and economic pressure on local communities. Joining us for further insight on this is Dr. James Akpan, who is a researcher, Durban University of Technology, South Africa. Dr. James Akpan is a Nigerian resident in South Africa and a researcher, as I mentioned, with Durban University of Technology. His area of specialization includes development communication, conflict, and international communication. Good afternoon, Dr. Akpan, and thank you for joining us on AIT Report.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Right. Now, looking at the June 30 ultimatum, one would argue that it's only coming from an activist and not the government that has assured calm. However, could this June 30 deadline increase the risk of attacks against innocent Nigerians and foreign nationals as well?
Well, that's it's a very fluid situation here in South Africa, especially in Durban, and Durban is in KwaZulu-Natal, which is where the epicenter of everything started from, and has a fair share of his Afrophobic and xenophobic protests over the years. Like you rightly said, the South African government had indeed condemned the call for foreign nationals, black migrants, to leave South Africa. And these things are coming from the activists, like you mentioned, but it's a bit confusing right now because there's a bit of mixed messaging where the original people that were in the forefront of the March on March campaign, from Jacinta Zuma to Pakel and the other gentleman called Mchunu. Jacinta, who is the head of the coordinator of the March on March, seems to have distanced herself from this call for foreigners to leave on the 30th of June. But the other two gentlemen are still making comments about it, and the government really, the South African government really had not given any contrary. They haven't said anything, so to speak, to assure the foreign nationals that that they will be safe. So, other than just the condemnation and saying that foreigners shouldn't worry, we haven't seen any visible action that can put confidence in the foreigners that are living in South Africa. So what you have right now is a lot of conversation going on the social media, Facebook, Twitter, and X, and whatever it is. There's a lot of back and forth conversation going on, and you can see that a lot of people seem to be gearing, a lot of local South African, black South Africans seem to be gearing up for that 30th of June date. How it's going to take a form, we do not know the format is going to take. Pakel and Juno had tried to downplay it to mean that they are not going to be, looting, riots, and all that. But that is them. We really do not know how it's going to be, because if they come out and march, usually as they do, it can take its own life. And that way, whoever is caught in the midst of them can really be hurt. So we are not sure of the format is going to take, other than we'll just wait and see how it's going to be.
All right. Dr. Akpan, you are on the ground there while we're back home here in Nigeria. From what we've seen, the federal government, through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, is saying that Nigerians abroad are entitled to protection and dignity under international labor laws. But we've seen other countries like Ghana, for example, that have taken steps and actions to make sure that their citizens are back home. Why do you think that the Nigerian government is still assessing this situation and how to go about it?
First, I think it's a structural problem. We need to first and foremost understand that Ghana has a high commissioner in South Africa, and that high commissioner coordinated the evacuation back to Ghana. They got the Ethiopian airline aircraft to ferry Ghanaians that turned up to go back to Ghana, back to Accra. But in the case of Nigeria, there is no coordination, so to speak. Yes, I've seen circulars circulating among Nigerians that who wants to go back and all that. At first, there was this rumor about that they wanted Nigerians to pay, and then I'm not even sure where that is, whether they're still going to pay or not. But at some point, they said, okay, they may not pay. And then they brought another circular where they have this very long list of documents that every Nigerian who wants to go back should submit, from passport to TC to date of birth to all kinds of complicated documents that, you are looking at people that are being persecuted or people that are afraid for their lives and may want to go back to back to Nigeria. And then you're bringing this bureaucracy, all long list of documentations that if the man had those documentations and all that, he probably would be somewhere in South Africa, not wanting to go back. So I think the whole issue is coordination. But let me quickly add here that the current CG to Nigerian CG to South Africa, I think her name Ambassador Okeuche. I think she's done a very good job, and I think the other charge d'affaires, one Mr. Ajay, they've been engaging authorities in South Africa, and but they can't go that far because we are lacking an ambassador. If there was an ambassador in South Africa, we understand that Femi Fani-Kayode was supposed to have was posted to South Africa, but he hasn't resumed. So if he were here at that level, at that ambassadorial level, he will be able to walk up to the minister of DECO ministers, they call them here, Lamola, and then have a conversation, or the coordination will be a lot more organized. But I'm not sure exactly where we stand in terms of Nigerians that wants to go back. But I've seen documents being circulated among the Nigerian WhatsApp group and all that for people to fill this and all that. But I can tell you that many Nigerians are not even clear. They're not sure exactly of when that aircraft is going to come, what they're supposed to do, and what the organization...
Yeah, and the Nigerian government seems to still be planning on that. Dr. Akpan, I would like you to help us assess the level of willingness and preparedness for Nigerians. Say the government is willing today to bring them back home. What level of preparedness do you see, and willingness in Nigerians right there to come back home? Are they really willing to come home from what you see?
No, so now... So there are some Nigerians that are willing. If you drop an aircraft today, there are many Nigerians that are willing to go back, especially those that either have overstayed their visa or really do not have anything, or their businesses have been affected by this issue. Those ones clearly are willing to go. I know some Nigerians that are willing to go back. However, there are some certain Nigerians also that are gainfully employed, either in the academia, in medical doctors, and some other ones that are doing businesses. Obviously, those ones may not want to go back. They are still watching how fluid the situation is. There are some that are not also involved in any kind of formal sector employment that may still want to remain also. But yes, there are Nigerians, as we speak, that if there's an aircraft today, that they will be willing to go back.
All right. While that is ongoing and the plans, the bureaucracy that you spoke about, the South African government earlier told us that, oh, you foreign nationals, please be calm. There is space for you here. But the activists also, they are big names in that country. Are you aware what latest measure or say speech or statements, form of engagement that the South African government has had with the foreign nationals to say, please remain calm, we're on top of this situation? Anything new?
Well, other than press releases and commentaries on TV and all that, where ministers and in the president's office and other ones have said that South Africa is part of the international community, is part of the African community as a continent. Those kind of words have been coming up. Those are words that either are circulated on the media, social media. So there have been those kind of assurances. However, those are assurances. But when these matches happen, okay, it's another thing. It's another thing. I mean, this thing, so to speak, has been going on since February thereabout also. Started in Eastern Cape and then came back to Durban and then went to Johannesburg and Pretoria and all that. So let's grant the right that South Africans have a right. The Constitution guarantees them the right to protest. And so the government cannot do anything about that. But however, the protest can take another dimension, and that's where the issues are. I must also quickly reiterate that most of the Nigerians that are affected, and indeed foreign nationals, are the ones that are engaged within the informal sector, those ones that are not able to get, well, it is almost practically impossible for anybody to get a job in the private and the formal sector of South Africa, because the system has been programmed to lock you out, except you are within the scarce skill areas like the academia, the medical field and all that. So the ones that are left out of those areas are the ones that are mostly affected, that either have shops within the central business district areas where this match is actually taking place. Right. So yes, the government are making comments, but to what extent will that comment give people confidence? Your guess is as good as mine.
Very well then, a good place to leave it. Thank you so much, Dr. James Akpan, researcher at Durban University of Technology in South Africa, who specializes in development communication, conflict, and international communication. Do have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Away from that, we have Nigeria's economic and diplomatic ties with the United Arab Emirates that is set for a major boost as First Abu Dhabi Bank, FAB, opens its Lagos office. The development was announced during a visit by UAE Ambassador to Nigeria, Salem Said Al-Shamsi, to Minister of Foreign Affairs Ambassador Bianca Odumegu Ojukwu in Abuja. A non-oil trade between both nations rose from $4.3 billion in 2024 to $5 billion in 2025, with projections to reach $8 billion by 2027. Ambassador Al-Shamsi also confirmed that Etihad Airlines will commence Abuja operations later this year, signaling deeper commercial and aviation links between Nigeria and UAE. Visa restrictions for Nigerians have eased significantly, with no routine rejections now recorded. Over 15,000 Nigerians traveled to the UAE in the past year. The minister described the progress as evidence of both countries' commitment to stronger people-to-people exchanges. Ambassador Odumegu Ojukwu said Nigeria and the UAE are advancing implementation of the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement designed to transform economic ties and deliver tangible benefit for Nigerian businesses, professionals, and workers. She stated Nigeria's commitment to creating an enabling environment for foreign direct investment, including from UAE sovereign wealth funds and private sector entities. Reacting to the milestone, the minister said in less than a year, key issues raised during her tenure as Minister of State have been resolved, especially regarding visas. Moving non-oil trades from $4.3 billion to over $5 billion shows that the UAE's commitment to deepening bilateral relations. Ambassador Al-Shamsi reaffirmed the UAE's solidarity with Nigeria in the fight against terrorism, noting that his country has issued at least 8 statements condemning terrorist attacks in Nigeria. During the meeting, he presented a congratulatory letter to the minister from UAE Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs, His Highness Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan, on her assumption of office. Ambassador Odumegu Ojukwu expressed appreciation for the gesture, recalling that His Highness was the first to call and congratulate her on her elevation by President Bola Tinubu and had extended an invitation to visit the UAE. Nigeria and the UAE have maintained warm, cordial, and mutually beneficial diplomatic ties since 1971, drawn by trade, investment, and people-to-people exchanges. Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf has issued a strong warning. But before we give you that story, we'll take a short break. Please stay with us.
TerraCube, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
Welcome back. You're still watching AIT Report. Two more stories now. Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf has issued a strong warning to commissioners and political advisors in his administration to justify the confidence reposed in them through effective service delivery and commitment to governance. Governor Yusuf gave the warning while speaking during the Hawan Nasarawa Sala, the customary paying of homage by traditional leaders to the seat of power held at the government house in Kano State.
Governor Abba Yusuf's warning comes as traditional rulers across the three emirates paid him Salah homage at the government house in Kano. The governor stressed that his administration will not tolerate negligence, poor performance or lack of commitment from any appointee, insisting that accountability and measurable results remain central to his government. Governor Yusuf, however, singled out the Commissioner for Environment and Climate Change, Dahiru Hashim, for commendation, describing him as an innovative and hard-working leader, despite being the youngest commissioner in his cabinet. He praised the 33-year-old Hashim for his commitment, creativity, and outstanding performance in promoting government activities by strengthening communication between the administration and the public. In another development, Governor Yusuf has assured residents of the state of improved and sustainable water supply following the approval of 21.89 billion naira for the rehabilitation and upgrading of the Chalawa and Tambrawa water treatment plants. Abba Yusuf said the approved amount covers 9.9 billion naira for the rehabilitation of the Chalawa water treatment plant and 11.99 billion naira for the upgrading of the Tambrawa water treatment plant. The chief executive also announced plans by the state government to provide fertilizers to farmers at subsidized and affordable rates. Enemona Ocheme, AIT News, Kano.
Nigeria's 2027 presidential race is gradually coming into focus as major political parties conclude their primaries and unveil candidates ahead of the general election scheduled for January 16, 2027. Across the country, party delegates, stakeholders, and supporters have participated in various primary elections, while in some cases, candidates have emerged through consensus arrangement. However, the process has not been without controversy. In this special report, AIT's political correspondent, Ogie Ihemekben, takes a look at the presidential candidate of the leading political parties. Subsequently, we'll have that report. In the meantime, in what looked like a new twist to the internal crisis within the Accord Party over leadership tussle, the Professor Chris Emu-Molen-led faction of the party has conducted its presidential primary ahead of the 2027 general election. Our correspondent now brings you details of these and other concluded primaries across the country.
Delegates drawn from Lagos and other states across the country converged on Ikeja, Lagos on Saturday, where they affirmed Chris Imumole via a voice affirmation. He was later issued with the party's flag as the presidential candidate.
In every party, you see, after primary election, you have dispute here and there. So what we have done is sort of a dispute committee that is looking into that, and I believe before the end of today, we should have a resolution on that.
In Rivers State, the Labour Party has officially concluded its party primaries for all elective positions, adopting a consensus-based approach to select its candidates. For the first time, the party is set to field candidates for every legislative seat in the upcoming general elections.
As you can see here today, there are no dissenting voices, so you can see how united we are. And once we are united, nothing can break. And that's why I said we are going out there to launch up for victory. We are not going to tell stories.
In Kaduna State, the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, has also concluded its House of Representatives and House of Assembly primary elections. The exercise followed the inability of aspirants in some constituencies to reach a consensus during earlier consultations.
Ladan stepped down for the AHIG. So that one is very peaceful in the local government. We want to go together by grace of God.
The National Democratic Congress has concluded its primary elections in Arochukwu local government area of Abia State, producing unanimous victories for all its candidates amid what party officials described as a peaceful and transparent exercise. The returning officer for the NDC primaries in Arochukwu, Okereke Rechukwu, formally declared the result, announcing victories for the party's candidates across all elective positions.
We have been there before. I've been in the House of Representatives for 8 years. That is 2 terms. And you can see the overwhelming support because of my activities in the Dane House of Representatives. And I'm sure they're very eager to see the good things, coming up again.
And in Benue State, the Labour Party has affirmed Matthias Bewan as its governorship candidate for the 2027 general elections. Accepting the nomination, Bewan thanked party members for their overwhelming support and outlines plans to diversify the state's economy, prioritize security, amongst others, if elected.
As journalists, you can agree with me today, you have massive turn-up of people affirming me as a sole candidate for governorship for Labour Party in Benue State.
And lastly, the Zenith Labour Party, ZLP, has officially concluded its national convention and primary election in Abuja. The party unanimously elected its national chairman, Dr. Dan Wayawu, as its consensus presidential candidate for the upcoming 2027 general elections at the weekend in Abuja.
Who told you that I have lost primaries or I'm shortchanged? I cannot move and look for another vehicle. Who told you that? It's my freedom, it's my right to associate. But when they were making that law, they didn't remember the Constitution. That's why I said, anybody that has failed primaries, anybody that has lost, you have opportunity to contest in any party of your choice.
Governor Caleb Mutfwang has recommitted himself to the security and welfare of the people of Plateau State as he marks 3 years in office. A special Thanksgiving service was held at the Church of Christ in Nigeria headquarters in Jos to commemorate the occasion, where the chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, Reverend Dunka Gomwalk, preached on the need for collective action on insecurity in the state.
The Talking Headquarters Church was filled to capacity with worshippers, top government officials, traditional rulers, and dignitaries from across the country. They all gathered to celebrate the administration's milestone and offer prayers for future success. In his sermon, Reverend Dunka Gomwalk, who also serves as the chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria in Plateau State, urged the congregation to stay united. He emphasized that continuous prayers for leaders are crucial to achieving lasting peace and prosperity.
God chooses his leaders and positions them to fulfill specific roles and assignments at specific times. God chooses men not necessarily because they are better than others, but they are his sovereign choice by election of grace for a particular time.
And elected Governor Caleb Mutfwang reflected on his 3-year journey in office. He expressed deep gratitude to God and the people of Plateau State for their unwavering support before reaffirming his pledge to deliver more democratic dividends to improve citizens' welfare.
I needed to provide leadership. If not God, I lost 2 senators, 5 House of Reps members.
The event also featured goodwill messages from former governors, elder statesmen, and traditional rulers who took turns in praising the administration's performance. The service concluded with special prayers dedicated to the state's peace, unity, and the smooth running of government. Walker Quackfoot, AIT News, Jos.
Unreliable power supply is continuing to take a toll on Nigerian businesses, with firms losing an estimated 3% of their annual sales to electricity outages, according to the African Development Bank's African Economic Outlook 2026 report. The report revealed that frequent power disruptions are forcing businesses to spend heavily on alternative energy sources, particularly generators, increasing the cost of operations across the country. According to the African Development Bank, more than 70% of Nigerian firms now own or share generators, one of the highest levels of dependence recorded among countries surveyed. The report described these extra costs as a hidden tax on businesses, warning that they continue to increase the cost of doing business, reduce profitability, and slow economic growth. The average retail price of premium motor spirit, commonly known as petrol, rose sharply in April 2026, with consumers paying more than 1,500 naira per litre on average. This is according to the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS) latest figures, which show continued pressure on transportation costs and household spending across the country. This represents a 23.69% increase compared with the 1,239 naira 39 kobo recorded in April 2025. On a month-on-month basis, the price rose by 18.97% from 1,288 naira 44 kobo in March 2026. At the zonal level, the South-South recorded the highest average petrol price at 1,566 naira 76 kobo per litre, while the Northwest had the lowest average price of 1,508 naira 81 kobo. The federal government has begun implementing pension harmonization for eligible retirees under the Defined Benefit Scheme managed by the Pension Transitional Arrangement Directorate, PTAD. The reform, which takes effect from May 2026, replaces the previous method of calculating pensions based on the salary structure in place when individuals retired from service. Under the new arrangement, pensions will now be computed using the last approved salary structure before the Defined Benefit Scheme cutoff date. The Executive Secretary of PTAD, Tolulokpe Odunaya, described the reform as a major step towards eliminating inequalities in the pension system and improving confidence in pension administration. She said the policy will ensure that retirees with similar banks, grade levels, and years of service receive comparable benefit regardless of their retirement date. The harmonization applies to eligible federal pensioners across PTAD's various pension departments, including some retirees who transferred from federal to state government service. Nigeria's sweeping educational reforms have introduced data-driven systems and skill-focused curricula, yet systemic funding gaps and execution bottlenecks remain formidable challenges. Amid these are the relentless armed assault on schools, abduction of students, and the unending threat to quality education. Our special report this afternoon explores the critical policies deployed under President Bola Tinubu's administration, the drawbacks, and why the president has more work to do to ensure education becomes the engine room of national development.
3 years after President Bola Tinubu assumed office, and with Tunji Alausa driving the vision at the Ministry of Education, the administration is pushing structural shifts. The government recently launched the Nigerian Education Data Infrastructure, NEDI, a tech-driven initiative integrating school and examination data into a unified database linked to national identity numbers, NIN, to curb identity fraud and credentials cheating. Alongside this is the implementation of the National Skills Qualification Framework to institutionalize vocational learning. A comprehensive curriculum overhaul followed next. Subjects from primary to senior secondary levels have been revised to strictly embed digital literacy, artificial intelligence, that is AI, and entrepreneurship. To ease the financial burden on citizens, the government introduced a reusable textbook ranking policy and explicitly banned elaborate graduation ceremonies to stop schools from imposing extra charges on struggling parents. In another major policy pivot, the ministry announced that mathematics is no longer compulsory for specific tertiary classes. Concurrently, candidates seeking admission into colleges of education and national diploma in agriculture programs have been exempted from the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination, UTME, to expand institutional capacity. However, unresolved friction and fragile agreements with the academic staff unions in tertiary institutions continue to strain government relations.
We're talking to the non-academic staff unions, namely SANU, NASU, NAT, and other ones. What we want to do is that we don't want to do this in an haphazard manner that's been done in the past. We wanted to give Nigerians the best agreement that will keep our tertiary institutions open in continuum.
Furthermore, the national budget allocation for education hovers below 8.2%, failing to meet the 15% UNESCO recommendation.
And up next on AIT Reports is Sports Track, and Osaigbovo Osifo is standing by.
So much, Rena, and welcome. We'll begin with tennis, where Brazilian teenager João Fonseca continued his remarkable French Open run, defeating two-time finalist Gaspar Ruud in 4 sets to reach his first Grand Slam quarterfinals. The 19-year-old backed his stunning win over Novak Djokovic with a 7-5, 7-6, 5-7, 6-2 victory, setting up a last 8 clash with Czech rising star Jakub Mesic. Elsewhere, Spain's Rafael Jorda also reached his first major quarterfinals and will face second seed Alexander Zverev. Zverev advanced with a straight-set win over Jasper de Jong and remains a strong contender for the Roland Garros title. In the women's game, 4-time champion Iga Swiatek has been knocked out of the tournament after a straight-set defeat to Ukraine's Marta in the 4th round. The Polish third seed struggled for consistency as Marta secured a 7-5, 6-1 victory to reach the quarterfinals, where she will face fellow Ukrainian Elena Svitolina. And now to some football stories. The World Football Governing Body, FIFA, has announced new measures aimed at improving the game and management and producing tactical destruction during the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Under the new guidelines, players will no longer be allowed to gather at the technical area when goalkeepers are receiving treatment on the pitch. The move comes amid growing concerns that some teams have exploited injury stoppage to deliver tactical instructions and disrupt opponents' rhythm. In a separate development, the International Football Association Board has approved changes to VAR protocols, allowing officials to review attacking fouls that occur before the ball is put back into play. Football authorities will also conduct further trials during the 2026-27 season as they seek long-term solutions to issues. The Super Eagles have now shifted their focus to upcoming international friendly matches after successfully defending the Unity Cup title in London. Nigeria defeated Jamaica 3-0 in the 2026 Unity Cup final at the Valley, with Hassan Yusuf scoring twice and Terry Murphy adding a third goal. The victory ensured the Super Eagles maintained their perfect record to the competition, winning all 4 editions since its inception in 2002. Head coach Eric Chair will not look to build on that momentum as he prepares for future assignments. Nigeria will face Poland on June 3 before taking on World Cup bound Portugal on June 10. And finally, just a day after the heartbreak of their Champions League final defeat to PSG on penalties, Arsenal supporters turned the North London into a sea of celebration as the club paraded the Premier League trophy. Tens of thousands of fans lined up the street to salute the Gunners after their first Premier League title in 22 years, with manager Mikel Arteta, captain Martin Odegaard, and players turning the city on board on the open-top boards. Despite the disappointing and the fallout in Europe, the atmosphere was one of joy, pride, and supporters waving flags, lighting flares, and filling the parade route in their thousands. The bus made its way slowly through Park Street, allowing fans a close look at the squad that ended the club's long wait for Premier League glory. Many supporters admitted that the Champions League defeat still hurt, but insisted that it little dampened the celebration at the Emirates. That defeat actually to Paris Saint-Germain in the final was to take away joy, but that open air parade by the team did brought back joy in the fans of Arsenal fans. That's sport. Many thanks for watching. I am Osai Bovo Usifo.
All right, thank you so much, Osas. I would have said, come on, you Ghana, but I'm not sure whether Osas is a Ghana or not. But everyone, that's AIT Report at this time. I am Onoshorena Obozege. Thanks for staying with us. We'll see you again at 4 p.m. with news from around the world.
For 2 years, Precious Mbomboli took pills daily to prevent infection with HIV, the virus that causes AIDS. But the 21-year-old is among the first in Zambia to receive a new injectable prevention drug.
For 2 years, yes.
I changed the new injectable on 25th February because the pill was difficult for me, as I used to forget to take it. Sometimes I was not at home at the time of taking the medication, so the injection makes me feel better and confident.
The new drug is known as cabotegravir, long-acting. Each shot prevents infection for 6 months. Zambia is the first low or middle-income country to offer the drug to the public. Lina Mwango is technical director of the local non-profit CHEP Zambia.
Our target age group for this is adolescent girls and young women who are aged 16 to 24, as well as we're reaching out to their sexual partners.
Local representatives called connectors are helping roll out the program.
The connector is based in the community. We do community mobilization, we do community sensitizations. We go on, screen the girls that are eligible for dreams. Those that are eligible get to be enrolled.
The U.S. government has donated nearly 15,000 vials of the drug known as cabotegravir. That's enough to protect 2,000 Zambians against HIV for 1 year, the U.S. Embassy says. But experts say people who get the shot still need to take precautions.
People get the injection and then they think it's a silver bullet, in that then they can go out and sleep around. And really the message here is that that's not why this drug has been brought on board. To realize that this drug does not prevent pregnancies, it doesn't prevent other sexually transmitted infections.
About 1.4 million Zambians are living with HIV, with about 33,000 new infections per year. Experts hope the new drug can help bring those numbers down. Kathy Short, VOA News, Lusaka, Zambia.
The fall armyworm has caused devastating crop losses across Africa since it arrived in 2016 in Malawi at Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources. Biotechnology research scientist Kingdom Kwapata is leading studies in 2 varieties of maize whose genes have been modified to resist the pest. Such engineered crops are considered genetically modified organisms or GMOs.
We needed a solution because our farmers are suffering. Our main purpose and aim for the research is to establish whether the gene that confers resistance against fall armyworms and other lepidopteran insects is effective.
The trials are expected to take about 5 years. They are conducted in a fenced and confined maize field 500 meters away from any traditional crop to avoid possible contamination with the traditional varieties. In the meantime, lawmakers, traditional leaders, and farmers have visited the trial site to observe its progress. Some farmers are excited about the trial, which is in its first year.
This will solve the problems of lack of money to buy pesticides to kill fall armyworms, which have affected my maize harvest for many years. And I am now a happy farmer because these trials are providing solutions to the problem.
Another subsistence farmer, Esther Ganjawala, is skeptical about the technology. She notes that replacing local maize varieties with high-yielding hybrids has created new troubles.
These new varieties are not good at all. You can't harvest anything without applying fertilizers, and they are easily attacked by pests.
Hello, and many thanks for sharing your time with us on the program, People, Politics, and Power. I am Imoni Amarere. Nigeria is marking 27 years of uninterrupted democratic rule since the return to civil governance in 1999 and the 3rd year anniversary of the Tinubu administration. The country understandably stands at another defining crossroads. While the endurance of democratic structures remains a remarkable achievement in a nation once plagued by cycles of military interventions, many citizens continue to question whether democracy has truly translated into accountable governance, economic justice, institutional strength, and improved living conditions for the people. Over nearly 3 decades, Nigeria has witnessed peaceful transfers of power, constitutional continuity, expansion of political participation, and the deepening of electoral politics. Yet, the democratic journey has also been shaped by persistent challenges such as weak institutions, electoral disputes, corruption, insecurity, executive dominance, shrinking civic trust, and concerns over the quality of representation and governance outcomes. There is no better time than now to examine the gains, contradictions, and unfinished business of Nigeria's democratic experiment. Has democracy merely survived, or has it truly matured? What lessons have emerged from the interactions between the executive and the legislature? How strong are the institutions meant to safeguard accountability and the rule of law? And what reforms are necessary to make democracy more responsive to citizens rather than political elites? Well, joining us for this very important conversation is Senator Ita Enang, a former member of the House of Representatives, a former senator, former presidential aide on legislative affairs, and Nigeria's ambassador-designate to Germany, whose long experience across the executive and legislative arms offers unique insight into the evolution of Nigeria's democratic governance over the past 27 years. Thank you so much, distinguished, for finding time to join us.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Africa Independence Television.
Welcome.
They launched with us.
Yes, right from 1999.
Yes.
We've been there, we've been together.
Yes.
It's good to have you with us.
Thank you very much.
All right, so 27 years after the return to civil rule, would you say Nigeria's democracy has deepened institutionally, or has it merely survived as a democratic system?
Nigerian democracy and the entire process has deepened very, very maturely and appreciably, and it has also had its challenges, and the challenges have also been addressed, and those not being addressed are being discussed. But permit me to use this opportunity to congratulate the pioneers of democracy, of this democracy, His Excellency President Obasanjo, President Yaradua, President Goodluck Jonathan, President Muhammadu Buhari, of blessed memory, and now His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, all Grand Commanders of the Federal Republic, on how they have evolved with democracy. And I'll come back to President Tinubu because of all, it is President Tinubu that has been very resilient, very outstanding, not because he's president today, but because of his role in sustaining democracy. Please don't send me a bill. Let me use the opportunity. I'm from Akwa Ibom State, and we've had a very enduring journey. So let me take the opportunity of being here to congratulate Akwa Ibom State for the 27 years we've survived, starting from His Excellency Governor Obong Victor Basiudaodiarata, the first governor of the state from 1999 to 2007, an architect and architect of resource control. And next is the uncommon governor, now President of the Senate, Governor Godswill Obodo-Akpabio, now governor for 8 years, minister, senator, and now President of the Senate and the number 3 citizen of the Federal Republic. Congratulate him. And I congratulate the Deacon Udom Gabriel Emmanuel, who succeeded Godswill, Senator Akpabio. And now I want to congratulate for building up and building on foundations laid, their grandchild, and the commissioner, the new commissioner from Akwa Ibom State, Commissioner for Reconciliation. That is the governor of Akwa Ibom State, Umo Basi Eno. We call him Commissioner for Reconciliation and Governor of Akwa Ibom State. So I congratulate them because for peculiar reasons, Akwa Ibom has had very great strides at development, and they each came and built on the other. Let me return to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Let me start with him on his journey on NADECO. Start with him on his steps in the Senate of the Third Republic. Let me also start with him as governor of Lagos State from 1999. And Lagos State from 1999, he came, while the country was PDP, he came on the platform of AD. And while other governors were competing to defect to a PDP or ANPP to form alliance, he did not. He stood and fought under the platform of his party, the Alliance for Democracy, and again survived up to 2007. In 2007, he believed, and rightly, that it was time for the North to be the president, and he sponsored somebody from the North on the platform of his party to be the president of the country. Now, that was, but it didn't really work. In 2015, he still maintained his standing, as it were, and got into alliance. From 2013, they got into the merger arrangement with other political parties for the purpose of being able to take over and give Nigeria a new direction from where PDP, to take over from PDP. He was not known to move from party to party, and he did not seek the convenience of the moment, as it were. He worked, led the party. He had the structure of the party, but he did not seek the greed of being president at that time. In Nigeria's history, I think President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Governor Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as he then were, he's been the most strategic, the most calculating, and the most resilient, and the most enduring of political strategies and manager of the political interest and political alignments. Because he got in. It was his structure. Everything was there for him to take, to be the presidential candidate of the APC, as it were. But he said, for the unity of the country, the North must be given that slot, and worked with President Buhari to produce the president. And he stayed behind. He stayed as leader. He led the party while President Buhari led the government. In 2019, he didn't jump up that he wants to be, but in 2022-2023, it was a Milokon. It is my turn. Having built people, built the structure, built democracy, built confidence in people, and built confidence of Nigerians' democracy, a Milokon, and Nigerians said, yes, it is your turn. So I want to especially congratulate him today, being the 29th of May, when 27 years ago, President Obasanjo was sworn in, and 3 years ago, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was sworn in as president, and today he marks 3 years on the saddle as president, and on the 12th of June, we will then mark the Democracy Day. So, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Grand Commander of the Federal Republic, congratulations, congratulations, and Nigerians stand by you and will always stand by you for 8 years. And congratulations, Mr. President, for winning the nomination of our party, the APC, for another term of 4 years. Thank you very much.
Okay, distinguished, let me take you back to 1999, when it all started. But let's begin from the legislature, where you played a very key role, both in the House of Representatives and then in the Senate,
yes, sir.
Where you were at various times chairman of the Business and Rules Committee of both houses.
Yes, sir.
Is a rare achievement, as it were, because to be chairman of that very strategic committee in the two chambers of the National Assembly. So if you look back in these last 27 years, what would you say or what would you identify as the most significant democratic gain Nigeria has made through the legislature, where you played a very prominent role?
Let me thank the speakers of the National Assembly and the President of the Senate, Galiuma Naaba, Buhari first as Speaker, Galiuma Naaba as successor, and Aminu Bello Masari, Mrs. Ete, and the succeeding Speaker from Ogun State, and who appointed and had confidence in me to serve for 12 years in the House of Representatives as Chairman of Rules and Business, and Senator David Alechenu Bonaventure Mark, the President of the 7th Senate, who also had confidence in me to chair the Committee of Rules and Business. So I chaired the committee for 16 years, I think a record. And after that, His Excellency appointed me, perhaps on the record, as advisor on National Assembly matters. Now, we look at the legislature. I submit that without legislature, there is no democracy. And we have this democracy, which we are today celebrating and marking the 27th year. It is the legislature that has sustained it. Because the legislature is the arm of government that is a check on the executive, is a check on the judiciary. Yes, the judiciary is there to check the excesses of the executive and the excesses of the legislature, and the excesses on itself, because the legislature, the judiciary also check its own excesses. I think it is only the only arm of government that has a machinery to check its own excesses or correct itself. Others will need the others, because if a matter is decided by the Federal High Court or State High Court or Customary Court of Appeal or the Sharia Court of Appeal, you are not satisfied, you go to Court of Appeal. That is a means of checking itself. And then if you are not satisfied, you have the option of appealing to the Supreme Court. That is a machinery for checking itself under the Constitution. I congratulate them. Now, these arms of government coming together with the legislature taking the lead, and let me say that the legislature is the #1 arm of government. However powerful the executive is, it is the #1 arm of government under the Constitution, and it's the only one that is made up of all representatives of the country. The executive has Mr. President and my Vice President and his ministers. Now, but for the legislature, you will not have had a situation where if there is something that looks like a lacuna, you would have an autocracy. Look at what we had when we had the situation that we had to invent what we call the doctrine of necessity under the Yaradua administration, when there were no clear line of action that could be taken. And let me say that it was one of my most challenging times as Chairman of Rules and Business, because working under His Excellency the Speaker then, we were to draft a motion to enable President Jonathan to take over or to act. And I had so much challenge from Mr. Speaker, who is the head of the legislature, the House of Representatives. And we had to decide, are we going to say that Jonathan should act as, or act in the state of, or act along, or be acting president, or act in the state of, So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say how difficult the job of the legislature is. That was during the period we're trying to get
So you were trying to find an appropriate legislative language
to fit the abnormal situation or the unanticipated situation which that we had, which necessitated and culminated in the what is now a very apt legislative term. the doctrine of necessity. So the legislature has played a great role in the sustenance of this democracy. Look at the job that the legislature has done from 2003, 2010, 2014, 2018, 2017, 2022, and now the 2026 Electoral Act. Looking at the problems of each electoral processes, taking the experience of the last election, looking at the powers of the electoral body, looking at the powers of the executive and the judiciary, and looking at where there were either lacuna or overreach, and correcting the processes in looking at what the judgments of the court were, and looking at where the hands of the court were tied, and looking at where people had injustices because of tight electoral legislation. So when you consider all this, you will appreciate the legislature. Come to the state of the economy. You will find out that when we came, there were very few ministries. And we had the intellectual and the hard decision of President Obasanjo that the economy must work well. And so he didn't look for persons so much in the political space. He went to the market, and that was the intellectual market, the economy market, and brought people like Okonjo-Iweala, brought other technocrats who brought, and let me give credit to Soludo, let me give credit to Sanusi, Lamido Sanusi, and give credit to people like Nasir El-Rufai. Why? Because they were revolutionaries in their thinking under the different administrations. Like El-Rufai or hate him, he was spot on the way. He didn't need friends when he was Director General of the Bureau of Public Procurement. He didn't need friends, he didn't need to make friends when he was Minister of the Federal Capital Territory. In fact, I think he enjoyed making enemies so long as he achieved what he thought was what perhaps were results. Look at Okonjo-Iweala. He brought in, and Madam Due Process, Obi Ezekwesili. Obi Ezekwesili introduced the due process thing, brought also great elements in the solid mineral management. And in the solid mineral management, let me commend in memory Gali Umana Abba, because it was at that time that we worked on passing the Niger Delta Development Commission Bill, Act in 2000, and later the Onshore-Offshore Abolition Bill. And Gali Umana Abba led the North with us in the South, and we trade off, we agreed with the North that no matter how long, we will give a law that will back solid minerals, because the North was then known much for solid minerals. We in the South did not know that we had so much of also solid minerals. So Obi Ezekwesili led us in that work when he was briefly Minister of Solid Minerals or something, before he became Minister of Education and so on. Now, so those were great intellectuals. Now come to the Okonjo-Iweala. She was spot on. I remember confronting her so very hardly on the question of budget. She started the process of, which was not good, which I took on her very seriously in the legislature during public hearing, when after passing the budget, she held that there was, the legislature had overreached, had changed things that were in the budget. And I think one of the things I said then, which was taken by one of the television stations, was that for producing a different kind of budget and circulating in the ministries, for the ministries to execute, different from what the National Assembly passed and was extended to, and was assented to by the president. You are a candidate for the prison. You know, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that the first those administrations and each of the presidents had their own men. They brought them in, irrespective of your standing in politics, you know, to bring in a lot on the reform of the economy. That administration of President Obasanjo brought in the Inland Revenue Service, which we passed. It brought in the Central Bank Act. It brought in the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation now. It brought in the Fiscal Responsibility Act, which is now obeyed more in breach. And I want to urge Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the National Assembly that we should please go back to the principles of the Fiscal Responsibility Act. Because if we follow those principles, if successive administrations followed those principles, we wouldn't have had a situation where each parastatal, each commission now acts as if it were a government. We wouldn't have had a situation where the central bank would behave as if it is doing Nigeria a favor, where NNPC will be behaving as if it is the president, and so the presidency and the entire other part of government are now subject to her. Everybody would have behaved as normal. So I want to commend the previous leadership that laid foundation up to what His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has now revolutionized on, because he had to take very hard decision on the economy, on the currency, on the question of oil subsidy. And from day one, he said subsidy is gone. And he wasn't prepared to say, look, people will clap for you or will not clap for you. But he saw it as governor. He saw it as leader of the party that was in government and the problem we're having, and then now took that decision. So that's the legislature. Let me
remain with the legislature. At different times in the last 27 years, the legislature had at one point or the other been very active. I mean, played an activism role in terms of the laws they made. But at other times, the legislature has been described as just a mere appendage of the executive. In fact, the term that is usually used is a rubber stamp. At one point or the other, and even now, is described as a rubber stamp legislature. What do you think went wrong, or what do you think should have been done to avoid those kind of appendage given to the legislature?
Thank you very much, and let me, please, nobody should hold me accountable for this. Let me express a very personal opinion. The best legislature, I have always said that whenever you find the legislature and the executive working hands in glove as if they are getting for a wedding, the public should be worried. I've always heard that, and I've expressed that in many public opinion, and I don't have cause to change this. And I'm just about to give up my class if the institution we don't find a better way. I'm a resource person at the Institute of Legislative Studies, Institute of Legislative and Democratic Studies, an arm of the National Assembly we established for the purpose of building capacity. And when I have in my class, MPD 820 or 802 and the other class, we've always discussed this matter in our class with our students, that what should the legislature do? The legislature is not to antagonize the executive, but the legislature is to check the executive and make sure that the executive and the judiciary are performing their functions particularly. And we had opportunity of having in one of our seminar classes, I asked students to assess the legislature that was led by Galina Abba. I said the one that was led by Aminu Bello Masari. I said the tenure of Speaker Ete, Speaker Mrs. Ete. I said that of the succeeding, and assess that of David Alechenu Bonaventure Mark. He's my friend, so we've always in the Senate called him by all his names. Because when he makes us angry, when he makes us happy, we call him his full names. Now, and then they assessed that of Saraki. Under the government, under the Senate presidency of Saraki, and I think Dogara, and that of Tambuwal, that of Galina Abba and that of Saraki is always rated in our class by the class. And of course, I participate in all at the best. Saraki is not my friend. I suffered in his hands so much. I was the presidential liaison to the National Assembly to President Muhammadu Buhari of blessed memory. I was advisor on National Assembly. And I went through hell managing the situation. And it is assessed as one of the most outstanding in terms of getting the executive toughened and working hard. I was in the executive, advisor on National Assembly. And under that, with Tambuwal, we don't just throw anything to the legislature. The Abba Kyari of blessed memory, Chief of Staff, succeeded by Gambari, he would always hold us, will always discuss matters, bills, measures with the appropriate minister, bring in allied ministers, bring in experts to consider a matter before we send it to the legislature. Because we knew that we don't have a friend on the seat as Senate President. So everybody was very much alert, knowing that that matter will either come back dead or will come out alive, well cured, cleansed, and well passed. You will have time that you may have a lot of matters being taken to court to set aside or something. I am sorry, please, I'm praying that people and legislators and presiding officers don't hold this against me. But I think we are discussing what will help the legislature and what will help the executive. At this time, I think I've had one of the most outstanding record in the legislature. I've become a trustee of the legislature in Nigeria, having been a councillor, a member of the State House of Assembly, House of Representatives for 4 years, House of Representatives for 12 years, Senate for 4 years, advisor to the President of the legislature. I think I stand in a position that I should be able to say things that should be held and it should help the legislature. It doesn't matter where each or any of these persons stands today politically, or those or my colleagues or presiding officers who will feel I haven't acknowledged them well. I acknowledge them well. But perhaps that one that we fought and were fighting were the ones that that brought out great results, that everybody will be very careful on their own end before you send a thing to the other end. You will consult with yourself. You will consult with your the members of the House or senators who stand or work with you. We will hold midnight meetings. The president will call us. We will arrange for the president to meet different teams with Vice President Osinbajo on discussing very many matters before it goes out. And when a matter comes back from the legislature, it will be discussed, every aspect of it. And when the legislature is sitting, many of our men in the executive will have to watch and see what they're saying about you, about your ministry, about your bill, so that you will know what to do. these are the David Mark administration of 8 years was lucky that it was PDP to PDP. But this other one was APC to APC. Later it became APC executive and PDP legislature. So that evolution and so on made it difficult that everybody had to be careful. The 7th and 8th Senate, led by David Mark and Tambuwal and Dogara, had its own peculiarities, where, with Bankole, at a point. So it had its own peculiarities, and it produced a situation, but it had the hitch, because the Jonathan administration at a point faced problem of succession. And so it seemed to have had a challenge in the course of the terminal. And then you get to the Masari leadership of the House and that of the different Senate presidents. Under when the presidency was in the Southeast, we had so many Senate presidents, succeeding. So that's as it were. And after that, we've had a legislature that discusses things with the executive inside the House, that is under the Senator Akpabio and the speakership of Abbas. They have the peculiar advantage of having great relationship with the president. And they discuss matters inside the House before it is forwarded to them in the legislature. So they pass it easily because there has been understanding between the caucus and the presidency and the executive. So the difference between both is that
these are different models.
Different models. While the other one, which I managed as advisor on National Assembly, was the model that they couldn't sit together. One, they were different parties. The point, the other one, where the Senate president wanted to be president. The other one was, so they had different models. So this is not condemning any of them. It is saying that at each time they have arrived, they have had different scenarios that has affected the way they have each acted. And yet in all, each brought perfect result for Nigeria.
Distinguished, thank you so much. There's so much to talk about in terms of your legislative experiences and of course the interface between the legislature and the executive, because you have played on both sides of the field, so to say, and you appear to be a repository, a very great repository of knowledge on both sides of the fence. But we will move away from that for the moment. Maybe we'll have some other time to talk especially about the legislature, the relationship between the legislature and the executive. I hope we do have that time before you eventually leave for your diplomatic posting. But for now, let's take a short break, and when we return, we will go into party politics and, of course, issues of party ideology, party policies, and internal party democracy. Stay with us.
Get ready for a bold new chapter in political discourse. The conversations that matter most are stepping into the spotlight like never before. Political Platform, the hard-hitting, no-holds-barred program you have trusted on Ray Power Radio, is making a powerful move to television. Tune in to Africa Independent Television, AIT, as Political Platform, bringing deeper analysis, sharper debates, and the voices shaping our nation's future right into your screens. From policy and politics breakdowns to real-time discussions with key stakeholders, this is more than a program. It is where opinions are tested, truths are uncovered, and the people's voice is heard. Join seasoned hosts and expert guests as they tackle the issues that define our democracy. No filters, no distractions, just real talk. Political Platform, now on AIT, 9 to 10 a.m. every weekday. Stay informed, stay engaged, be part of the conversation.
Thank you so much for staying with us, People, Politics, and Power. My guest is Senator Ita Enang, who was a member of the House of Representatives for 12 years, member of the Nigerian Senate for 4 years, and in those years in the Senate, he was chairman of the Senate and House committees on rules and business, a very strategic committee of the House. And now he's ambassador designate of Nigeria to Germany. So, distinguished Senator, let's talk party politics. So, some critics have argued that political parties in Nigeria in the last 27 years have lacked internal democracy and ideological identity. How much has this weakened democratic development and trust in governance?
I regret to say that this is one area that has been very concerning, because you cannot find the difference between the ideology or opinion of PDP or APC or NDC or ADC. People just move from one political party to the other just to seek a ticket to contest election and be in government. They are not like you have in the United States or United Kingdom or Australia, or you have in Canada and even in Germany, where there are set principles and things, and for principles for which one person or one party is known for as different from the other. For instance, when you get to the United States, you know that when the Democrats are in power, there will always be a level of accommodation of the black race. There will always be a difference in their opinion about immigration. There will always be a difference in how they manage diversification and equality. There will be a difference in the question of control of arms. The Democrats will be in favor of controlling of arms control and resisting possession of arms by everyone. And when the Republicans are in power, you will have freedom in terms of arms, and there'll be deployment. By virtue of my standing, I shall be very careful. Now, that is basic of principle for which a party will be known for. But in Nigeria and under the Nigerian political party system, you will see an Atiku moving from PDP, he was, to AD to contest election, back to APC to form alliance, and back to PDP to seek ticket, and again back to ADC to seek ticket for the presidency. I'm not after his person, but I'm just saying, giving example of what we call, of answer to your response to your question. Whereas you will see Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President Commander-in-Chief, standing by his principles of welfarism, democracy, sustaining democracy, opening the political space, and remaining from ACN to APC, to APC, and still to APC, and carving out principles. You will see an Akonde, one of the leaders of a party, Chief Akonde,
who has remained steadfast.
Who has remained steadfast.
In other words, you are saying that a number of the politicians in Nigeria simply see political parties as
vehicles for election,
vehicles to get into
office. And you'll see in the legislature somebody defecting just because he wants to be one in the ruling party or a party that is capable of giving him ticket. It doesn't matter what is the political principle of that political party. And a political party will send you into government, and then you come out, and then you will now defect from that political party. And your seat is lost. Right now, I want to challenge all the members with respect, sir. I want to challenge the members of the National Assembly who have defected, who have gone out of their political parties, and tell them with respect that they have lost their seat, whether the speaker declares it vacant or not, you have lost your seat because you have left the political parties that brought you into power. Because most of those political parties have not had a division. Most people in PDP who defected earlier would have their seats lost if it will be declared, but because there was no division in PDP. But as at now, there is division in PDP, and so there is justification to move because there is division. The same thing goes for, and again, if you want to defect from APC, although nobody wants to defect from APT and nobody is defecting from PDP, there is no division. So what the summary is that members of
those who are defecting now are defecting because they lost nominations.
They lost nomination. And they are not going to any political party because that political party has the same ideology or they share the ideology. They want to go there because there is free ticket, So, or they think that that political party will give them ticket. But I think that they should also know that there is a provision in the Electoral Act that if you lose election in a particular political party, that you are not qualified to seek election in another political party. It was deliberately inserted. But I'm afraid if that provision will not be set aside, if it is challenged, because I think I have reservations about it. Now, there is that, and so generally, there is the absence of principles in that on ideology in the Nigerian political system.
Distinguished, let's move on, given our limited time. Let's talk about your ambassadorial posting. You are Nigeria's ambassador designate to Germany. What would you identify as your priorities, your key priorities in strengthening Nigeria-German relations?
Let me thank His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Grand Commander of the Federal Republic, for finding me fit and worthy to be appointed as ambassador to represent Nigeria, first designated to South Africa and redesignated now to the Federal Republic of Germany. Mr. President, thank you so very much. I don't know how deserving I am, but I really thank you for finding me worthy. And all our friends, colleagues, and political associates who also have given me great challenge in terms of wishing me well and giving me areas of where I should concentrate on. Now, first, the area that I will concentrate on are the presidential charge, because I'll be representing Mr. President in the Federal Republic of Germany. So first, I take his mandate. And so that mandate of his as in the presidential charge is what I will focus on. Second, and part of it is on power. The greatest challenge that Nigeria has, which Germany has great potential in, is power. And so before my assumption of duty, traveling to Germany and presenting my letters of credence, I have had interactions and a meet and greet and a coffee session with the German ambassador to Nigeria. And we've shared ideas, and is there in the public space. I've also had great, deep interaction with the deputy head of mission of the German government, and we've shared ideas. And so part of what and before then, I was invited, and I was a party to the one of the guests, together with the Minister of Budget and National Planning, Atiku Bagudu, at the Business Day session hosted by the German government in Nigeria at Eko Convention Center, Lagos. I think it was on the 11th to 13th of this month, about some weeks ago. and of May. And we've had that session. And in our direction, and we've had meetings with the Siemens team and their investments in Nigeria. We also had opportunity of commissioning the off-grid or grid project in Abeokuta, one of the projects they have. I've received briefings on the presidential power initiative under His Excellency President Tinubu. And part of my mandate is to advance the quick completion and exit from the first phase of that program to get the off-grid and on-grid power programs under the Siemens and presidential power executed, and we move to the second phase. Now, there is also this other matter that Germany is proficient for, off-grid project, the solar power and that technology. That's what we'll be trying to do to improve our power sector. There's also the other thing we've been talking about, the refining technology, the marketing our gas. And we are not just talking of what we'll bring in from Germany. No. We're talking of what we will be sending to Germany. Because what we send to Germany is our strength that will earn our foreign exchange and engage our citizens here and also stand on equal grounds, because the principle of diplomacy is equality of states, equality of nations, equality of missions. Now, so what we'll be trying to do is to make sure that we have a lot of agricultural product, some sent fresh and some which we've added value. I have been in discussion with the government of Cross River State and had the government of Akwa Ibom State and Imo State on the desk discussing, and the Minister of Agriculture is my friend. I will engage him before I leave. I have engaged him. I have engaged with the Minister of National Planning. I'm also going to engage more with the Minister of Power. I'm also going to engage, we've had appointment scheduled to engage with the Minister of Trade, Industry and Investment, the Jumoke, the Minister, and the Minister of State, Senator John Owaneno. So those are all the things I've scheduled before departure to post to have that engagement and take the position of Nigeria on that. I have also scheduled an engagement with my friend, the Minister of Aviation, Festus Kayamo, Commander Order of the Niger, and Senior Advocate of Nigeria. We've discussed on phone that we're going to have a formal one-on-one meeting on the aviation sector, because part of what Akwa Ibom State and Cross River State are interested, and indeed the Enugu State, which I've also having engagement with before I leave, is lease of aircraft to boost their fleet. And part of the things I'm going to have engagement with the Minister of Finance and the Minister of State for Trade and for Budget and National Planning, and NICA, is the Lease Registration Authority. By God's grace, I was the sponsor of the Lease Registration Bill, which has now become an act. And that institution has been set up. And part of what that body is to do is to register leases in Nigeria. And part of what it was to do is to give confidence to persons who wants to lease equipment, vessels, and vehicles to Nigeria, including aircraft, including vessels in the sea to Nigeria. So we want to engage on setting up that body under the leadership of President Tinubu's administration, because since it's set up, they only changed the registrar, brought in another registrar, but that board has not been set up, and it's affecting the confidence that the lease community is having in leasing their equipment. So by the time the minister sets it up, and when they are bringing their vessels, like the aircraft and so on, and their vessels in the sea for crude oil and other things. And then we've also had a discussion on export of potatoes, export of yam, export of cocoa, fresh pineapple, and fresh pineapple from Cross River, Akwa Ibom, and the Bayelsa end to Europe. So that's part of what we are engaging, pre-departure engagement, which we've set and which we'll be taking as part of our mandate to get it perfected as I depart the post as ambassador designate of Nigeria to Germany.
Distinguished Senator, like I said at the beginning, there's so much to chew on before you leave. I'm hoping that I will have another opportunity to look at this so that we can also explore your very extensive legislative and executive experiences, how all of that is likely to play out in engaging with the German government and industrial sector, the economic sector in Germany, because of course you know that Germany is one of Europe's major economic powers.
I think it is the number one economy, biggest economy in Europe and the fourth largest economy in the world.
So there's a lot that Nigeria can do with Germany for mutual benefits.
Yes.
We will look at all of that.
Let it be understood that what we are not on a mission to go and bring German products all to Nigeria. Part of the thing, I'm concluding, part of the thing we want to talk about in the automobile sector, which we've started discussing, is instead of importing completely made vehicles in Europe and in Germany, we are working on collaboration with Nigerian Automotive Design and Council and the Ministry of Trade and Investment on how we can reactivate and establish assembly plants in Nigeria to assemble those vehicles and products and agricultural equipment and value chain in Nigeria, not just manufacturing them there and sending here. Training Nigerians there, giving them experience and bringing them back to work and add value to Nigeria.
Thank you so much, distinguished Senator. I'm looking forward to having another session with you before you depart for Germany. My guest has been distinguished Senator Ita Enang, Nigeria's ambassador designate to Germany. And of course, he was for 12 years a member of Nigeria's national legislature. He spent 8 years in the House of Representatives.
12 years in the House of Representatives.
12 years in the House of Representatives and 4 years in the Senate. And in all those years, he was the chairman of the Business and Rules Committee of both houses. A great experience that he has gained in Parliament, and of course, we are hoping that he will translate all of that to his ambassadorial duties when he does arrive in Germany. Don't forget that he was also a presidential aide in the legislature for a number of years.
Presidential liaison
officer to the National Assembly for a number of years. So,
thank you very much.
Both ways, he has it all wrapped up. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
And we wish you the very best.
Thank you very much.
All right, that's our program for now. We look forward to having distinguished Senator here again before he leaves for Berlin in Germany. But for now, I want to thank you for investing your time with us.
Nigerian filmmaker Paul Cast is putting the finishing touches to his latest movie, Just the Two of Us. The project is due for release in April, and Cast says he's hoping it will hit big.
The storyline was mainly around a couple and how they were able to go through their journeys and go through lots of highs and lows. mainly trying to typify the kind of struggle that could come in when people are in relationships.
A former psychology student, Cast launched his movie career in 2019. In terms of output, Nigeria's film industry, or Nollywood, is the second largest in the world, behind India's Bollywood, producing over 1,000 movies annually. In December, the Nigerian movie A Tribe Called Judah became the first movie to earn 1 billion naira, equivalent to about $1.1 million at the domestic box office. Tribe Called Judah cast member Olumide Oworu says the movie about a single mother and her 5 sons struggling to make ends meet is a common Nigerian story.
I think everybody that saw the movie just saw a bit of themselves in terms of just wanting to do whatever it takes for your mom to be happy and comfortable.
Cast says the success of the movie Lionheart, directed by Genevieve Nnaji, which became the first Nigerian film to stream on Netflix in 2019, also inspired filmmakers.
We actually didn't have avenues of distribution like that, but ever since Genevieve came up and did Lionheart, and it just opened up, the door to Netflix and other streaming platforms. It just made people see possibilities.
But filmmakers say access to funding is still a challenge and want Nigerian government and financial institutions to invest more in the movie industry.
There's been improvements in the cinematics, the cinematography, the lighting, so there are more opportunities, sound design, as opposed to before when it was just, get a camera, you have a story, you point and you shoot.
And the result and the growing market is good news for filmmakers like Paul Cast and millions of Nigerians who are waiting to see the next big film on their screens. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
My name is Asha Sampet. Welcome to this new edition of your weekly magazine featuring Africa on the move through smart innovations and initiatives that work. Let's get on with the show with our top stories today. 2 African women from the diaspora of Cameroonian and Congolese origin want to revolutionize the export market for agricultural products from the continent thanks to new technologies, and they also want to find new ways to make a social impact. Katia Kuseke and Noela Ligon, co-founders of the startup Fresh Africa, are our guests this week.
Today we allow French consumers to have access to products from sub-Saharan Africa, which are consumed in the same way as they can be consumed locally.
Shrubs transformed into herbal tea, a recipe that helps fight malaria in Africa. The Artemisia plant is growing in popularity.
Did you know there are areas where there is no pharmacy? The idea is to promote this plant while we develop a drug, because the ultimate idea is to manufacture the drugs locally.
How to produce and consume locally while alleviating the inflationary effect of the war in Ukraine on food products. An association in the Central African Republic is looking for the solution.
We do not produce, but we support local producers. We want Central Africans to consume what is produced here at home.
Malaria, one of the most feared diseases in Africa, continues to wreak havoc. In the face of this scourge, a plant has been making a lot of noise for years. Artemisia, a shrub which can be cut several times a year and which is transformed into herbal tea. In Africa, some have made it their mission to promote the virtues of this plant. This is the case of Sosten Masamba Kolela, founder of the Agria Loango Educational Farm near Pointe Noire in Congo. Our journalist Jean-David Mihamle and our cameraman Bree Skinhu visited it. Take a look.
We are at the HQ of the educational farm Agria Loengo on the Indian Point near the seaside town of Pointe Congo. It's here that Sosten Masamba Kolelas decided to promote the cultivation of Artemisia, a medicinal plant. The goal is to help the Congolese to understand and take benefit from this plant to fight effectively against malaria, one of the most feared diseases in Congo in particular.
Did you know there are areas where there is no pharmacy? The idea is to promote this plant while we develop a drug, because the ultimate idea is to manufacture the drugs locally, but we're not ready. We don't have the means. So, while waiting for drugs to be produced locally, we are offering this alternative solution, which is Artemisia herbal tea.
According to WHO, in 2019, 94% of cases of malaria and death related to this disease are recorded in Africa. With 41% of Congolese living on less than $1 a day, according to the latest figures from the World Bank, access to healthcare is difficult. Artemisia then appears as an alternative and not a rival to conventional medicine.
There is often this misconception between conventional as opposed to the traditional medicinal approach that we offer. Artemisia is a choice that is given to Africans. The conventional, in other words, the drugs, or the natural approach, which is herbal tea. There was never any question of the producers of Artemisia saying, don't take this, don't take that. Freedom is a very good thing. To live is to choose.
To carry out his project, Sosten Masamba built the Loango Educational Farm on 6 hectares. Representative of the House of Artemisia in Congo, he also aims to transmit to young people the benefit of working the land and the benefits of organic farming.
Ici, nous sommes à la ferme pédagogique Agria Loango.
Here we are at the Agria Loangango Educational Farm. At the same time, the HQ of the company Artemisia Congo. There are several activities here. We have Artemisia, where we organize both training about Artemisia, its cultivation and production. Then there is the educational farm component, where we receive schools that bring children for nature and discovery outings. Also parents who bring their children as well, and adults who wish to learn about gardening tips. We also organize training in agroecology in particular, composting. So basically, this is what we do.
Either way, Artemisia enthusiasts say they are satisfied with the product. Artemisia, I think that's a good thing. It's a good medicine that I discovered a year ago through friends who told me about it when I was sick. Once I took it, I was completely relieved and still continue to take it. I think it's a great product to recommend to people. All in all, mastering the culture of Artemisia is a major goal for Sosten Masamba. Hence, regular training sessions on the cultivation and consumption of Artemisia.
How do you grow Artemisia?
Je creuse d'abord le poquet.
I dig the hole first. I put the manure.
Voilà.
Mixed with manure, with this compost, this is how we plant Artemisia. And then I water the plant.
Je mets l'eau.
The Artemisia looks like this, in a packet that contains 40 grams of herbal tea, dried Artemisia leaves. The dosage is indicated on the back, how to prepare herbal tea. To put it simply, as we do in rural areas, you unpack the content, you divide it into 7 parts. Why 7? Because you're going to take it for 7 consecutive days. Each portion is equivalent to 1 dose. You put in an infusion, a liter of boiling water at 100 degrees with large bubbles. You remove from the heat, you take the potion, you infuse, you cover, you wait at least 15 minutes. You filter, and the liter is to drink during the day.
Sosten Masamba, who proudly claims the status of peasant, continues to cultivate his garden, proud to have turned his passion for agriculture into a profession.
As I mentioned earlier, our two guests this week, Katia Kuseke and Noella Ligon, co-founders of the startup Fresh Africa, want to boost the agricultural export market to Europe to the delight of consumers of fresh and organic tropical products in France. Their mantra is transparency and traceability, requirements that they have drawn from market observation and their passion for African cuisine. How to ensure quality from seed to plate. This is what they explained to Laurent Soustras and Thierry Schiller.
Katia Kuseke and Noella Ligon. Hello. More than a year ago, you created Fresh Africa by Cano, the first two syllables of your names. What do you bring to the market of tropical products?
So what we can say about bringing something new is, for example, the quality of the products. Today we allow French consumers to have access to products from sub-Saharan Africa, which are consumed in the same way as they can be consumed locally. So this is the experience that we want to give back to the French people. And in addition, what we bring is the traceability and transparency of these products, because at the moment, if you go to the supermarkets, for example, it's difficult to know exactly under what conditions tropical products were produced and by whom. And that's what we're trying to do with Fresh Africa, complete transparency and traceability on the routing of products.
You're Cameroonian and Congolese by birth, but you have lived in France for 9 and 15 years. How did you come up with the idea of this food fridge between Africa and France?
Yes, I arrived when I was 9 years old. I grew up here, but I have always eaten these products at home. My mother cooks it every day. I prepare other meals, but she always makes food like from home. And so seeing her experience in sourcing the products, she goes to Chateau Rouge every Thursday, for example, because she knows that those are the days when the fresh produce arrives, and all the difficulties she encountered. It gave me the idea. I said to myself, why couldn't we digitalize this process so that the products arrive directly at her home without her having to go anywhere, by going and researching a little bit. And that's when I realized that beyond that we couldn't have any traceability on the products, because this opacity could hide the fact that there are sometimes children working in the fields or adults who are undergoing modern slavery. So we said to ourselves, why don't we go and get these products ourselves? Because it's our home. Our grandparents are farmers. We know how to get to these territories, which are a bit isolated. And that's how we set off. I went to get Noella, and there you go.
Et aussi, donc, comme vous l'avez dit, nous sommes vraiment...
Yeah, well, as you said, we are indeed children of the diaspora. And so, in fact, Fresh Africa was thought of as a circle, really. The notion of a bridge is essential between the north and the south and the north. So it's also by making multiple trips, by walking around fields on site, farms. We see waste on site because you have to know that nearly 50% of products go to waste at the farm stage in Africa. So we said to ourselves, this is not possible. These are products that have value, and there is a need here. So that's one of the reasons why Fresh Africa was born.
Donc voilà, c'est entre autres une des raisons pour lesquelles Fresh Africa est né.
Thanks to blockchain technology, you guarantee quality, transparency, and traceability from seed to the plate. In concrete terms, how is this possible?
On va faire simple, en fait.
Let's keep it simple. The blockchain will act as a trusted third party. It's like a notary, for example. The blockchain is the decentralization, quite simply, of information.
Tout simplement des informations. Donc, admettons que on est,
So let's say we have a shipment of pineapples that leaves Africa. This information will leave, and instead of being stored in a place where we could manipulate the information, if we had malicious intentions, well, this information will be distributed on several computers all over the world.
Malveillant, ben là on a cette information qui va être répartie dans plusieurs ordinateurs.
And that will prevent actually humans from falsifying it. This is the possibility of decentralizing information, and this is a trusted third party that remains digital.
Et voilà un tiers de confiance qui reste numérique.
And technically, how does it work? You're going to have a producer who has his pineapples ready to go. He will send us a notification saying, I have such quantities of pineapples that are ready to go. So we have someone on the field who will come and collect these products. When he comes, he checks the information provided by the producer and sends that information. It's the same thing. As long as this information is correct and fits, the process continues. If at any time you have information that is not correct, For example, the products arrive at a place and some of them are missing, or the quality of the refrigeration has decreased or is not correct. At that moment, we receive that information. We can stop the process, know which batch has been affected, avoid coming to remove all the batches, and know precisely where we have to act.
Voilà. Donc en fait, la blockchain va intervenir.
So the blockchain secures the reliability of information so that it cannot be corrupted. And also, as Katia has just said, it's to be able to trace the information quite simply. That's it.
Voilà.
Is it not too complicated for farmers in Africa? What interest do they have in working with you? And isn't this blockchain scary for an African farmer?
Je dirais que de la manière dont nous, on leur...
I would say that the tools we provide, take any producer today, we have WhatsApp, we have simplified as much as possible the process they had to go through to provide us with information. We don't ask them to do anything. We have to stick to their habits. We simplified things as much as possible so that they could send us the information. And then, in terms of the interest that it can create, we wanted to put the producer back into the picture, as he doesn't exist today in this whole import value chain. We know that the products arrive, we know that they come from somewhere, but we never know who makes them. We don't know how they were treated, paid, or what they went through to make these products. And in fact, it was important for us to provide this information. So in fact, this is one of the main roles of technology, is to fix this problem that we had noticed.
Réparer un peu ce problème-là que nous on avait constaté.
L'agriculteur est central en fait vraiment dans...
The farmer is central, in fact, really in the project, and the blockchain is our blockchain. We are the ones building it. So the farmer, just like the transporter, is the actor of this blockchain. And all we do is store this information and make it reliable. So for them, it's an entirely transparent process. All they have to do is confirm that the product has been put in the ground at a specific time. It has been harvested at a specific time. They send us that information and it is stored. That's it. So the idea is to make it as easy as possible for everyone.
Le plus facile en fait et pour tout le monde.
Welcome back to the second part of our show. As you know, the war in Ukraine continues to put pressure on the prices of agricultural raw materials. In the Central African Republic, expenditure on wheat imports can reach 17 billion CFA francs per year. Substituting a large share of wheat in the production of bread and other foods with maize or bean flour saves money. But how do you increase local production and consume locally? Our correspondent in Bangui, Bertrand Médard-Gaimas, tried to answer the question by visiting the Yeti Kodro Association, which promotes local Central African products. Take a look.
Helped by her daughter, this street food hawker has just fried kose, galettes made from peas. It's a local product fancied by Central Africans of all ages.
These kose are made with peas that we buy on the market. It costs only 25 CFA francs and is bought by everyone, whether young or old, school children and workers alike.
Consistent and filling, kose serves as a morning sub-base. It's very popular among both national and expatriate consumers. Although peas are not grown in the Central African Republic, beans are widely available in the country. It is found on the menu of many households and in school canteens in the Central African Republic.
Let's turn on the fire to prepare the rice and beans. Soon the students will finish school and they'll be hungry.
Golden and a delectable smell rising from the koses, they are appreciated for the energy they provide and are as irresistible to school children as it is to the passers-by, whether on foot or by car.
The first thing that attracts you is their delectable smell when you pass by. Secondly, they're nutritious and cheap. Just 2 or 3 of them with a drink, it's yummy and filling. It gives you all the strength you need to get through the day.
Kose are among the products marked by the Yeti Kodro Association, meaning things from the country. It is appreciated in the same way as the other products promoted by the association.
Here, in this package, there are bean leaves. You won't easily find them in the supermarkets. This is millet flour made by us in perfect sanitary conditions.
The association's first initiatives were launched in 2016 in Bangui, the capital. It has since expanded its activities to 2 other cities in the country. Since the start of the war in Ukraine and the difficulties encountered throughout Africa in obtaining supplies of Ukrainian wheat, mobilization is the mantra to mitigate the situation.
We do not produce, but we support local producers. We want Central Africans to consume what is produced here at home.
In the Central African Republic, the prices of essential commodities such as flour, oil and sugar, to name but a few, are already rising.
For several weeks now, we have been witnessing a surge in the prices of essential commodities. And these are the goods that are imported, unfortunately.
The war between Russia and Ukraine is penalizing us. The bag of flour that we used to buy from the wholesaler at 30,000 CFA francs has become 40,000 CFA francs. We're forced to sell 1 kilo of flour, which used to sell for 750 CFA francs, at a retail price of 1,000 CFA francs. That's a lot.
All vendors' eyes are on the Central African Republic authorities. They are especially concerned about the situation in the country, which is known for its alliance with Moscow.
The Prime Minister, head of government, has set up an interministerial committee to propose actions that could prevent our country from suffocating.
L'action stratégique et à moyen terme.
The specific action aimed by the Ministry of Trade and Industry is about reducing our dependence on imports.
À réduire notre dépendance à l'importation. Pour cela, nous encourageons
To this end, we are encouraging and directing our investors towards local products processing in collaboration with energy, agriculture and livestock ministries.
De l'énergie, de l'agriculture, de l'élevage.
Yeti Kodro does not limit itself to local food production, as it is highly involved in the economic development of the country. In 2021, it was awarded the Orange Prize for Social Entrepreneurship in Africa and Middle East, designed to encourage innovative associations. And one of its initiatives has been to set up a workshop called Kayena, in which craftspeople and also the youth with some sewing skills can come and work on machines made available to them, exchange ideas and seek advice from other experienced sewers.
The name Kaina means to share. It is the Kaba dialect of the Central African Republic. Share what? Sharing the experience between dressmakers. Right now, we have 6 young girls working from Monday to Friday.
I did not come to Yeti Kodro as a sewer, but as a marketing agent. Within Kaina, I gradually became interested in sewing by learning to knit from my sisters in the Kaina workshop.
A wide-scale presence in Bangui and the sub-prefectures of Paoa in the northwest and Buea in the centre-east of the Central African Republic, Yeti Kodro is living proof that despite economic and food crises, such as the one caused by the war in Ukraine, solutions can still be found through initiatives and the will to return to traditional local products.
Let's now get back to our guests, Katia Kuseke and Noéla Ligon. The 2 co-founders of the startup Fresh Africa have shared with us their analysis on the food and inflationary crisis threatening Africa. You will see they are rather optimistic.
Katia and Noéla, as co-founders of Fresh Africa, how do you analyze the current inflationary food crisis in Africa?
Paradoxically, I think this crisis can be an opportunity because it can give Africans the chance to reappropriate their wealth. After all, until now, they are unfortunately victims. Even here, we realize that wheat imports came mainly from Ukraine. But we have ancestral cereals, so I think this could be an opportunity to turn to these cereals. Some countries are self-sufficient, so I think it's an opportunity. We have to take it like that.
You're looking at traditional farmers at Fresh Africa. But should we focus on ecology or use enriched or hybrid seed techniques and fertilizers to improve yields?
Ça, c'est une bonne question. Je pense que ça, c'est une vision ça dépend vraiment.
That's a good question. I think that's a vision that really depends on the people themselves. I don't want to criticize those who do things differently, but I think we have seen here that with the European model, we have reached the end of all these seeds that are hybrids. Even here, we're trying to return to traditional agriculture. So would it be the right solution today in Africa to go towards a solution that has not worked elsewhere? I don't know. We have to ask ourselves the question. And, on the other hand, many different techniques can replace these hybrid seeds. We can talk about permaculture and agroforestry. Wouldn't that also be a way of testing? We know that other plants can be used to chase away, for example, certain small beasts or insects that will attack certain plants. Can't we use nettle as a fertilizer instead, and so on? And that's why we're going to work with small producers who still use ancestral methods, a juxtaposition of methods, food crops, and crops that are a bit more commercial. So there you have it. The question has never arisen, in fact.
And do you feel support in Africa and awareness in this field?
C'est incroyable, mais effectivement, oui.
It's incredible, but yes, I didn't expect that we would realize that people there think like over here. They need this traceability. Likewise, they are cautious about what they eat.
Ils ont pareil, ils font très attention à ce qu'ils mangent. Pour eux,
For them, the notion of organic means that nothing has been added to the products, and they want to keep it that way.
Ils tiennent à ce que ça leur reste. Et d'ailleurs, c'est
Moreover, this is one of the evolutions we're moving towards. It's that we've realized that we don't just need our products here, we sometimes need to leave them too, to bring them back to the city, as they say over there, so that the people there can enjoy them. So I think that we really have the same way of thinking as the people in this area.
Les personnes qui sont sur le territoire.
How do you see the development of your startup in Africa, given the constraints that can sometimes be found on the continent?
Alors, ce développement, il doit se faire avec la
So this development must be done bearing in mind the constraints of each country. We must not forget that Africa is above all a continent. So 54 countries mean 54 different realities.
De prendre connaissance du terrain,
It means getting to know the territory. It's about going on the field and not just sourcing producers directly. In each country we open, we have to go there, meet the administration, see where things are blocking, where there are maybe blocking points, and find solutions.
Et trouver des solutions derrière.
And the willingness of countries to export still helps in combating certain obstacles?
Totally. In fact, there is this will. It comes from two sides. There too, we find it here in France. We feel that they have an increasing need to work with Africa and perhaps abandon agreements with China or other countries. And we as young entrepreneurs will be pushed by the CPA, which is the Presidential Council for Africa, which supports us a lot in the field and in some of the countries in which we're working. And on the other hand, we feel that there's a vast facility to get products out in these
told you that on an ordinary Sunday, the pulse of modern Africa comes alive. From city life, creativity, and future living, all in one place. Music in the air, flavors that hit, and energies that you certainly can't fake. Welcome to Main Street Sundays. This is where the city trades out all the traffic for culture. From streetwear, and also not forgetting that street food that will have you saying just one more bite. This is Johannesburg, certainly in its element. It's bold, it's vibrant, and it's certainly full of soul. But before we explore the streets, let's give you a glimpse as to what you can expect in this episode. Have you ever wondered how the African drum sound is made from scratch? Well, Samson is in Benin to find out. Our Dream Home series brings big views and clean lines in a home on the southern tip of Africa that's serving coastal calm. From all-female crews to matatus that double as rolling masterpieces, we see how Kenya turned graffiti into culture. My name is Itumeleng Khosikhadia Khabanda, and you're watching Afrimax. Now, this is not the Lusaka that you think you know. Kafula Simbala literally dives into 5 levels of pure adventure, pushing limits, chasing thrills, and at some point, literally running for her life. It's bold, it's unexpected, and certainly something that you do not want to miss.
Everyone says Lusaka is for hustle. But I'm here to prove we've got the wild side that will make your heart race faster.
5 levels, 1 mission. I test Lusaka's wildest experiences.
Level 1, hiking. Whether it's the raggedy trails of the Lusaka National Park or the scenic paths of Tiffany Canyon, hiking is the ultimate flex of health.
It's low stress, but high impact. It builds grit, improves cardiovascular endurance, and connects you to the real Zambia without needing a 4x4.
So this makes your blood run real fast and your heart pump faster.
Hiking is our warm-up, but it gets wild from here. Level 2 raises the adrenaline fast.
If you want to level up, there's something about ziplining at a gazillion miles per hour that hits differently.
Level 2, ziplining. In the new Zambia, we aren't just looking at the ceiling, we're treating it like a suggestion. Gravity? What's that?
You really never get used to ziplining. The adrenaline rush is crazy, but it's exciting. I love it. Okay, heart rate is up, but now we're about to get serious. Tiffany's Canyon is not just about the pretties. Level 3 is about strategic patience. Thank you. Right now we're putting on the armor of God. Aaron, we need to hide, right?
I did that!
You did this.
Paintball slows the pace down, but slow focus turns into real danger.
Dodging paint is one thing. Thank you. But now we're moving to the real thing. Welcome. Thank you very much, sir. Chaminuka, on to the next one. But for this particular one, I need to be all covered up, and you will see why.
Level 5, the absolute limit. I'm at Kalimba Farm Reptile Park, winding myself up to carry a python. Yes, you heard that right. Smart girls play hard, right? They say it. It will be fun, they say it. Let's find out.
It's opening its eyes.
Yeah, that's good. So I want it to
Yes.
make sure it doesn't open. Then you have to smile. You have to keep it in your mouth.
Yes, there we go. I've hiked, I have flown, and I have survived the cheetahs, but the snake, that's where I draw the line. My heart is wired, my heart is peak. Catch you on the trail.
Now, there's something really exciting happening in the heart of Joburg. And trust me, it's not what you expect. Joining me right now is Dawn Robertson, who is one of the key forces behind Josie My Josie. This is an initiative and a movement that is getting people to reimagine how we experience the city. Now, Dawn, first of all, let's start with, we are in Joburg CBD. Can you believe it? You talk about Main Street Sundays, right? And you said this is the education hub. So for those who don't know Main Street Sundays, what are they mainly about?
So this is Main Street Sundays, and it's part of what we're calling our Open Street Initiative. So this is really a big experiment, a tactical experiment, to prove to the city that we can close off streets to cars and taxis and invite people to come back to the streets. You're too young to remember, but those of us that are older know that we played in the streets. We came home when the street lights came on. Kids today don't get that opportunity, so that's why we wanted to draw as many kids into the city, get them to ride their bikes and skate and to rollerblade in the streets, and really about getting community. I mean, look at this. Where do you find people sitting silently reading in the middle of the city?
Well, thank you so much, Dawn. I look forward to exploring, but I'd like you to show me around.
Let's go.
From hands that carve to beats that travel across the continent, Africa's heartbeat certainly lives within every single drum. Rooted in tradition, but also echoing beyond its origins, this is where sound becomes soul.
Ladies and gentlemen, kick off those high heels because we are about to embrace the African dance. Today, I've got two incredible hustlers. One is a percussionist.
My name is Unga Cecile. I'm a member of Pepitat. I'm a percussionist and dancer.
And the other is a drum maker.
My name is Ahuan Vueke Isaac. I make drums.
This is my hustle.
In Africa, we say you can't dance without a drum. So I access it to take me to a famous drum maker in Benin Republic.
If you want to try this craft, the first tool we use for shaping is this one.
Tools.
Sam, this is what we use to scratch the drum's body. We don't use sandpaper. No matter what kind of drum it is, we use this to clean its body.
Wow,
Can you see how smooth it is now? After putting on the leather, we place the drum back in the sun. We soak the leather in water to make it soft. Once it's soft, we attach it to the drum and we put it back in the sun to dry.
To make a drum takes a lot of process, from carving the wood to getting the animal leather. And thereafter, they take it to the market. And people like Pepit App come to buy the drum. Wow, you've got so many drums here.
Yes.
Now tell me, what name do you call this one?
It is Pavle.
Pavle?
Yes.
And this one?
Pavle.
Pavle?
Same drums is Pavle.
Nice one. And this one?
No, this.
Wow. Now tell me, what does it take to be a percussionist?
All you need is the desire, the enthusiasm, and the passion to become a percussionist, as this is where you learn the skills. There is no requirement to have prior experience. Even if you've never played before, we will guide you in learning how to play.
Guys, it's not easy to be a drummer. This guy is trying. What kind of event do you guys normally attend?
We have performed several shows in France.
France.
We went to Dubai for Expo 2020. We went to Germany, specifically to Bayreuth, and we participated in the Mask Festival in Porto Novo and the Vodun Days Festival in Ouidah last January.
Is this your also profitable?
Yes.
It's profitable because, first of all, when we are invited for festivals as artists, and in order to avoid any issues, we are given money. And the money is not for our supervisors to take and use. No, no. Our travel, our tickets, we do not use our own money to pay for this. We use the money for these shows to pay for the visa, plane ticket, suitcases, food, and everything.
I can see that you guys have a lot of young people among your team. And how do you guys balance your education and your profession?
Our schooling is also funded by the Pepitat Center. Each year we receive study aids to help us perform well in school, including supplies and other resources. So they help and support us.
You dance so good. So I'm wondering, how do you manage to twist your body like this?
It's normal because I've been learning to dance and sing for 6 years. I've always learned it here.
Wow. So guys, as the great African proverb says, when the drum beats, the art dances. And when the art dances, the spirit is free.
Roland from Young Urbanists is reimagining the way in which cities are designed. They're advocating for inclusivity, shared streets, and also just the way in which things are actually done within the city. Roland, first of all, it's amazing to be here, to be walking around. How much closer are we to getting to a city that is shared and designed with people in mind?
Long way to go, but we have to start. Yes, there's potholes in our roads, but we have to think beyond potholes. We're rethinking what roads are for to show that how we can make streets like Main Street safer, but of course, how do we make the whole city safer?
Well, Bob, first of all, let's talk about the excitement of the city trading out traffic for culture.
Well, I'm not a big fan of traffic because I'm a cyclist, so the more traffic we can get rid of and open spaces like this for people to come in and have the freedom is fantastic for me.
And finally, the best thing about being here today.
Have fun.
Yeah.
Like, let us have fun and let us meet new people, you know? That is the only thing that I'm here for, by the way. Yeah. Thank you.
Time now for Dream Homes, where my colleague Balisa Dembe steps into a home out in Hermanas. This home has spaces, views, and design that definitely inspires.
Across Africa, incredible homes are raising the bar of modern design. This series gives you a front row seat to unapologetically stylish spaces. The kind you can't help but save, screenshot, and dream about. Who said a holiday home has to play it casual? Swap city life for a coastal escape like this, and suddenly leaving on a Sunday feels optional. Palesa Tembe is in Pringle Bay, exploring a gorgeous seaside retreat designed by Mark Anthony Hewson of Lim. This home proves that holiday living can still deliver full-blown luxury. With its entertainment spaces placed high to soak up the ocean views, this home saves the best for last. And as we head upstairs, the design starts to unfold, one stunning space at a time.
So here we've reached the main living space, which is where all the action happens. It's such a wonderful, homely space.
Mark, thank you so much for inviting me out. Tell me about this project.
So the client brief was to take a very sad, dated house. The structure existed, but it was quite pokey, where there were little low ceilings. There was literally one bathroom for 4 bedrooms, which was ridiculous, and a lot of like unused space in the home. So we took everything, we stripped it right back down.
Tell me about the layout of the home.
on 3 levels on the dune reserve, which overlooks the ocean. But what's lovely is when you come from the street, it's quite imposing, and it seems to sort of project itself out of the dune and out of the fynbos around it. So as you come in, there's a lovely little foyer area, which leads off into a beautiful workspace, which is perfectly kitted out for sort of working from home. As you meander, there's through the central staircase, you get to the 2nd level, which is a lovely haven where you can retreat. The bedrooms are all separated from the rest of the living space. And then you meander up the staircase again to this wonderful, expansive living space where everyone enjoys themselves and has a great time.
This is the home's main hangout. Big, open, but cleverly zoned so everyone can do their own thing. Oversized sofas, serious TV vibes, and just the right amount of winter coziness make it perfect for misty Pringle Bay days and long binge sessions.
Stepping into the kitchen, I'm immediately attracted by that dusty green and the brass details.
Yes, so you'll see that like sort of silvery, sagey green is a common thread that runs throughout the whole home. And we wanted something with this kitchen to be a little bit more on the bold side, which is quite exciting. So lots of natural timbers, and then the brass hardware is just something that'll just patina beautiful over age and adds that sort of metallic element to the space.
The kitchen flows straight out to the bride deck, with stacking windows that slide open, turning cooking into a full-on social event. Easy chats, shared plates, and 0 barriers.
So you see we're now in the dining space, but what we've done is we've tried to sort of bleed the kitchen out so it's not so compartmentalized into the rest of the living space by linking it with a beautiful cabinet there filled with glassware. And you'll see behind us also that green, that lovely green that you love so much, continues into this dining area.
And Mark, leading up the stairs, I caught a glimpse of that gorgeous passageway leading to the bedrooms. It creates a resort, relaxed feel.
We wanted to try and create the bedroom area of home, sort of like a retreat, something that was quite separate from the rest of the living space. It's, you know, somewhere where you can go, be quiet, and just reflect on and relax.
The bedrooms peel off the central spine, and with every step, the vibe softens. Muted tones, layered textures, and all the feels comfort gives every room, including the master, that calm, cocooned energy. Smart planning turns one bathroom into a run of en-suites, all linked through some fabulous materials. This home is proof that beach living can be effortless and still surprise you. It's the kind of holiday home where everything just clicks. The layout, the mood, the details. This is design that doesn't need drama to impress. So, weekend getaway or forever home?
Often synonymous with city is graffiti. Colette Prince has handpicked some Kenyan artists who are not just turning streets into galleries, but they're actually making a real difference.
Think graffiti is just paint on walls? Think again. In Kenya, it's loud, bold, and it means something more. Let's check it out. Coming in at number 3, the Graffiti Girls, an all-female crew using street art to speak up, stand out, and own the streets.
For us as Graffiti Girls, painting gives us a voice. And who better to paint issues that affect women than women themselves, than girls themselves?
This isn't just graffiti. It's showing what's really happening in these communities.
Things that we like to address are things like social justice, voicing out issues of, again, gender-based violence, because it still exists. And as women, we go through it a lot. And as women, we love to have the pleasure of painting about it.
But what sparked the Graffiti Girls?
Why there was a need to form Graffiti Girls, we were all male writers, graffiti artists. And then there were too many issues socially affecting women in Kenya. Young women artists can come, like a safe space to my classes, and I could teach both graffiti art, how to use spray paint, the medium of spray paint as a tool to paint.
The Graffiti Girl stories and voices are hitting the streets hard.
The message that we want to put out is empowerment, especially in communities where that doesn't really exist.
From painting the streets to driving the culture, because in Nairobi, even the buses are a canvas. At number 2, it's matatus.
The feeling is so thrilling, as compared to other types of matatus. When you board a matatu which has a lot of graffiti and the crew is fun and the music is loud, and considering I'm a young person, that's what we young people like.
Matatus are easily the coolest ride on the streets. And this is Brian Wanyama, aka Graph. He's putting the spotlight on the world of matatus.
Through showcasing the matatus, I feel like it's a really good way of being an ambassador of Kenya, because first of all, we get to showcase the art, we get to showcase even the lifestyle behind it, and this brings fulfillment.
Graph's also an award-winning creative. He works with teams to turn these rides into rolling artworks.
In terms of collaborations, we usually work with the graffiti artists and also graphic designers in terms of developing concepts within the creative arts industry. Graffiti really plays a big role because it's the first thing you'll get to see when a matatu approaches you, or when you see a video or even a picture of a matatu. The matatu industry solidifies Kenya's identity by the art that we showcase. It's something that is unique, not just in Africa, but throughout the world. And it also provides a very huge market for youth employment.
And at number 1, a name you can't ignore, the godfather of graffiti in Nairobi, Bankslave.
I use it as a voice. I use it as a tool just to communicate, or just to bring a dialogue to the world or anyone else who wants to view this piece of work and probably get inspiration out of it. So it's important for me because I can inspire people with it.
And he totally slaps, a master of graffiti, but his journey must have started somewhere.
I studied fine art. For my 3 years there, we used to go out and do graffiti gigs, and this was more impactful because it's in the streets and there's more audience than when you have it in a gallery where the audience might be not as much as it is in the streets.
Bankslave's work isn't just striking, it also carries meaning, from murals of presidents to athletes, and powerful tributes in moments of tragedy, like after the horrific terrorist attack on this mall in Kenya, when he painted a living piece of artwork around a drainpipe.
This is the place that I painted the Westgate piece. It was here on this trench.
The work is gone now. Street art isn't made to last, but that's a part of the story.
For an artist, when you're painting on a wall, you don't have the expectation that this piece will stay a long time, because most of them are not your walls. So we just come onto this wall and just put our magic there.
In Kenya, street art is more than just art. It lives, breathes, and demands attention. That's what we at Afrimax call Seriously Cool.
So from the flavors to the beats, Main Street Sundays is the perfect reminder that the heartbeat of the city is not in its traffic, but rather within its people. So the next time that the streets open up, make sure that you come through, you feel the vibe, and you're incorporated within the story.
19-year-old Hussein Abdurrahman comes to this butcher shop every day to buy 8 to 10 kilograms of meat for Mogadishu's stray animals.
He is such a kind person. It's wonderful to show compassion and kindness to those who cannot afford it. He deserves support for this initiative.
Nearly 70% of Somalis live in poverty, making it challenging for many to afford food for their families, let alone for their pets. So Abdurrahman is filling that gap.
My goal is simple, to spread love and kindness throughout society. It's not just about animals, it's about reaching every corner of our community, from humans to animals, with compassion.
There are no official numbers for the stray animals roaming the streets of Mogadishu, but they are part of the urban scenery. Feeding the animals demand both time and money. Abdurrahman, who works at a commodity shop, dedicates a significant portion of his modest income to this cause. He learned his compassion from his grandfather, who also fed stray animals.
When you spend your money on good things, surely you will get back more, and your good deeds are already recorded by the angels.
Each day, Abdurrahman feeds 20 dogs and 30 cats along with some birds. The animals recognize him and rush to him. And every day, he has a crowd of human admirers.
If all Somalis were like him, we would live in a better country. I encourage everyone in the neighborhood and in Somalia in general to support people like Abdurrahman because they spread love and kindness.
Somalia lacks an effective animal organization dedicated to the needs of stray animals, and the country lacks robust policies to protect them. Abdurrahman, a proud dad to 3 cats, aims to address this issue by creating an organization to support stray animals and extend his efforts nationwide. Jamal Ahmed Usman, VOA News, Mogadishu, Somalia.
Hello out there, and thanks for joining us. Welcome to Political Platform. You can join us, as we always say on this program, through 3 major platforms of DAR: Raypower FM, Africa Independent Television AIT, and the Political Platform YouTube channel. I am Okiri Agbonsuremi, always glad to have you on the program, and today we have a bumper package for you. Analysis of all the events that took place during the weekend, the selection of candidates, particularly for the presidential contest ahead of time, as well as the rubbles, the kind of dust that have not settled from the previous candidate selection in the primaries of the political parties. Members of almost all the major political parties in Nigeria have now selected their presidential candidates ahead of the 2027 elections. It remains to be seen whether former President Goodluck Jonathan will accept or decline the endorsement from the Saminu Turaki-led faction of the party. If a Minister of Aviation was up in his social media at the weekend asking the former president to reject and denounce so that they do not drag him into unnecessary damage of his beautiful image. It depends on who he's talking. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and maybe the courts will need to review the lists and determine which of the factional candidates of some of the political parties will appear on the ballot. The parties with the factional candidates include the PDP, that has 3 now, SDP 2, and ADC, is it 2 or 3? We have so many of them that will be determined either by the courts or by the Independent National Electoral Commission. Over the weekend, Peter Obi emerged as the candidate of the NDC and immediately announced that former Kano Governor Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso will be his running mate. The Labour Party has also adopted Dr. Chibuzo Okereke as its presidential candidate. After 15 days, President Bola Tinubu finally dispatched a delegation led by his Chief of Staff, Femi Gbajabiamila, to Oyo State. 46 students and teachers from the Esele and Yawota communities in the Orire local government of Oyo State have been in captivity since May 15, 2026. Many people are shouting foul and saying it was really, really late, but better late than never. The delegation included the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, the Inspector General of Police, Tunji Disu, and the Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, as well as the Special Advisor to the President on Media and Public Communications, Sunday Diary. The color of the politics shown. The political challenges surrounding this issue were highlighted when the delegation failed to meet with Governor Seyi Makinde, or maybe they met with him, but nobody saw him at the governor for your state, or officials of the states who have been actively working with the communities affected by the abductions. Seyi Makinde, you know, is not of the APC. Currently, is the presidential candidate of the Allied People's Movement, APM. Our guest today is Honorable Fred Agbeji, a member of the House of Representatives who received the factional PDP nomination certificate on behalf of former President Goodluck Jonathan. Has he delivered it? He will tell us in the interview when he joins us. My colleague Ahia Ojueje, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Ohiria. These kind of divisions are things that we don't need at this point in time. Many times we hear that the security agencies are polarized, and because of that, they are not able to achieve maximum results. Now, the fact that we did not see the special delegation meeting with the Oyo State government is not good. The Oyo State government has been working on this issue with some officials. I think that the first thing they should do, or they should have done, is meet with the governor, meet with his men, find out how much work has been done so far. And I would also like to believe that the Oyo State government did not do that work without the federal having an input, since security is at the center, you know, it's controlled from the center. So I think that we should, whatever political leaning or the political decision should be set aside. The lives of those children, the lives of the teachers, the principal, all of them are more important than whatever other considerations or interests that we may be looking at.
Now, look at the flip side, Dr. Amicha Nakwe. Look at the flip side. The flip side is that when there's an issue, usually we see the governor rushing to Abuja, meet with the security, meet with the president and say, this is what, brief the president and say, this is what is happening in our state, and they begin to work together. We have not seen Makinde come to Abuja to do that. And secondly, during the weekend you watch the Makinde saying on TV that he is a toothless bulldog as far as security is concerned. He's a governor that doesn't have control over the IG, over any of the commanders. There's a deep division between them.
And when governors rush to Abuja to come and brief the president, I criticize it very heavily. It's the Abuja that should be coming to the scene of the incident to see for themselves, not verbal a description. Oh, no. You either go. I expected the president to have moved over to Oyo from Lagos when he went for the Eid and all that. But like you said, better late than never. And the 1,000, I've always said, if you can protect people, show empathy when they become victims. The 1,000 forest guard is a knee-jerk approach, if you ask me. I thought the government would have taken action on actualizing and implementing the state police system. The president had mounted it. The Senate has also been talking about it, but rhetoric. We are not seeing action. So any federally controlled security architecture will fail across the length and breadth of the country because security is local. So
let them not fail on this one. Let us
no, that's the reality. When you control them from Abuja, the federal government is incapable of policing Nigerian territory. There's a huge gap because of the absence of state police. So when you want to, it's not just in that bush part, you're bordering on Ekiti and Kwara. Across Nigeria, there are so many forest reserves that are not manned. That's ungoverned territories. Except you decentralize security, you can actually take control of this.
And Mustafa Mohammed, thank you for being with me on the program too. We have 1,126 reserves across Nigeria. Some of them are interlinked. If the forest in Oyo where this took place entered into Niger, entered into Kebbi, and there are also links, the parts that are also got straight into the so-called the dreaded forest we are talking about that entered into the Niger and Chad.
From Sambisa, you can enter Yankari in Bauchi.
So it is not, we have what we call forest rangers. My research showed that they probably have not recruited more than the 50,000 or so number in the last 10 years. People who are supposed to protect our the forests, particularly our animals, protect them from poaching, and also provide information for security, whatever thing that is going on in the forest. We are employing forest guards. I don't know how how we combine all these things.
It also boils down to intelligence, logistics, and motivation. You can employ 10 million forest guards, but so long as you don't give them the facility for logistics, intelligence, welfare, and motivation, there's very little they can do. These forests we are talking about, whether in the south or in the north, are interconnected. You're talking about going into Yankari through Dambua and Biu, from Sambisa to Jigawa wetlands, to the dreaded forest in Niger and Katsina, and once in Niger,
enters the west.
It will enter the west, and once you are in the west, whether through Ondo to the Niger Delta or other places, you can easily access all these ungoverned spaces. There was some years back during the Bakassi crisis, I had the singular privilege of going to these parts of Nigeria on the border that were completely neglected. Governance was purely absent. When I was filing a few reports on the TV, a series that I did, because they didn't have water, electricity, schools, whatever they need, they had to cross into Cameroon. The House of Reps member that was representing that place then later, Tijani Banki Babagana, sent somebody 3 times begging that we should stop airing that series. And I did. So the concept of security is not about employing people. Give them what it takes
what they need to.
Number 2, you see, this poverty that the government, especially the governors at the grassroots, are giving lip service to. You have to address poverty before you are able to conquer insecurity. Wherever there is hunger, there's crisis.
Now the teacher Uju, I was little
in all of this.
Well, Amoteku, I think we heard them doing something, but what constitutional, what legal pathway did they have? How are they cooperating with the police? Are they properly set up? Were they received?
Yeah, I recall that the late governor of Ondo State, they had to pass everything.
In fact, it was the entire Southwest that came together to say, look, we need to protect our
even the state houses of assembly, I think they were properly.
Your question, Uju, goes to show that even if you create state police, funding could be a problem. Politics could be a problem. But the teachers, let us just also quickly talk about some of the reactions.
Yes.
People are desperate and almost helpless. Teachers in the national body of the NUT have said they are going to begin strike today.
Yes.
They are asking your teachers to begin strike today. We have individuals, pockets of individuals I see on Facebook trying to do GoFundMe. They want to raise money. They want to pay ransom. There's this frustration and helplessness that...
Yeah, that's what makes it, so painful. You're looking at a situation, you know that ordinarily you should have solutions, but you look around you, nothing looks like a solution to you. And that is the irony of what we're facing in this country. We have so much potentials, so much going well for us, but harnessing them for the welfare, for the protection of the citizens is a problem. What stops us from adequately equipping the police, from adequately equipping the military? What stops us from adequately equipping Amotekun? I hear that about 100 of them have been killed so far. So maybe some others are drawing back.
To run away.
Exactly. And then people like Igboho and co, I wonder, at this point in time.
Now, Amaechi, we must look at all the sides and look at how they affect the people. We have a situation where the teachers, they are saying they want to go on strike. We have fresh videos from these children. They are a terrorist group. What they want to do is to get the citizens to put pressure on the government so that they can get their money. You made it a very fantastic analysis the other time that Nigeria is a ransom field for them. They come here, they go to the maximum to collect as much money as possible. So fresh videos of the children being tortured, they are burning rubber, jerry cans and putting plastic and dropping the hot this thing on the children and they are crying. These are terrorists. So when you watch this, you want to react. So this is why we are seeing reaction. People are also sharing. When I get some of these videos, I find it difficult to watch because I'm a journalist. I want to see it. That's the spirit that makes me to want to watch it. Ordinarily, I should just delete it. But one thing I don't do is to share. I don't share them because sharing them means that you are also sharing terrorism. You are spreading fear. You are spreading all this trouble that is all over the place. So helplessness all over the place. Hopelessness.
So this is preventable. If you can't protect the people from being taken away from their homes, from the highways, from the schools, you have to go out of your way to secure their release. Because that's your failure in this first place.
Even if you have to pay...
whatever you have to do is your responsibility. Security is the primary purpose of government. And when you fail in security, you have failed. I always say security is like a student writing WAEC. You fail English and mathematics, if you like, have A's in the other subjects. No university in Nigeria will admit you. If any government has failed with security, that government has failed woefully. Akeredolu saw this and came in with Amotekun. He was the only one giving it that push in the southwest. Others tagged along, but you saw the results he achieved because Ondo Forest, we are overtaken by kidnappers and all that. At some point, the federal authorities were at conflict. Don't use AK-47, use pump. Why wouldn't they kill them? They are only armed with pump action. The criminals are armed with, the terrorists are armed with automatic weapons. So, except we are running away from the solution. The idea is that, they will use state police for politics. It's the federal police, and not just federal police. Federal security institutions are under the control of the party in power.
Are they not using them for
politicized?
Did you see what happened at the weekend?
The ruling party politicizes federal security agencies. So why are you afraid that the states will politicize it? If you don't want to democratize that politicization, but the fact is that there are gains we can achieve, and we can deal with the politicization. There are mechanisms we can put in place to guarantee independence, not just for the state police, also for the federal security architecture, that instead of protecting the state, they end up protecting the government.
So when I saw that the president said they should employ 1,000, I was just laughing. What kind of approach is this? You carry Vaseline and you are rubbing it on top of when you should do a surgery, when you should have acted long ago, and they will just react. We are doing reactive actions.
I think this issue requires both kinetic and non-kinetic approach. You see, we live in a high-tech world. Look at this Abuja, for example, with all the wonderful things the Minister of FCT is doing in terms of infrastructure, when it comes to security, just look at the major bus stops in Abuja. Whether you are talking about Zuba, AYA, Area 1, Apo Roundabout, are there functional CCTV cameras? Comparing it to the capitals of Kenya, go to Mombasa. If you see a particular control center they have with cameras all over the city that they can deploy their personnel if there's anything within 5 minutes. This is Abuja, the nation's capital. What are the governors doing about the state capitals, the local government headquarters, schools in rural areas? All these are places that we can deploy technology.
But we do them. Yes. We look for these temporary solutions after the incident. We employ people after it has happened. What prevented us from employing people and looking at the rangers, look at the forest rangers, look at the forest guards, look at all our forests?
You look at what happened to the Chibok girls or Dapchi girls. When these terrorists carry out their kidnappings, they don't keep those victims in one place.
Yes.
They share them among themselves and they take you to other locations. Unfortunately, some of these young girls will be raped, others will be forcefully married. The case of Leah is still fresh on our mind. But it all boils down to ungoverned spaces in the country. Remember, during Goodluck Jonathan, some of these terrorists and bandits have even taken part of Nigeria's territory. So if we cannot man the territorial integrity of this country, which is also the primary job of the Nigerian military. Of course, the military is overwhelmed too because they are also doing the jobs of the Nigerian police. What is the army doing, putting checkoff? It's because the police can no longer do that.
All right.
But because we're in a kind of a war situation, whether you like it or not.
Because if the war is out...
Exactly. Police can no longer contain what is going on right now.
All right. We are going to be taking a break, and when we come back, we'll go into the mainstream political analysis. All the events that took place at the weekend. We'll give you the numbers of the political parties that have their presidential candidates. Those ones we haven't given you before. We'll update it, particularly those ones that took place during this weekend. And then we'll have our guests coming. Please don't go away. You are onto Political Platform, and stay with us and get more when we come back.
For a bold new chapter in political discourse, the conversations that matter most are stepping into the spotlight like never before. Political Platform, the hard-hitting, no-holds-barred program you have trusted on Ray Power Radio, is making a powerful move to television. Tune in to Africa Independent Television, AIT, as Political Platform debuts on your screen, bringing deeper analysis, sharper debates, and the voices shaping our nation's future right into your screens. From policy and politics breakdowns to real-time discussions with key stakeholders, this is more than a program. It is where opinions are tested, truths are uncovered, and the people's voice is heard. Join seasoned hosts and expert guests as they tackle the issues that define our democracy. No filters, no distractions, just real talk. Political Platform, now on AIT, 9 to 10 a.m. every weekday. Stay informed, stay engaged, be part of the conversation.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Political Platform. Despite the late attempt to show empathy by the federal government, we just want to give you updates. The teachers, the Nigerian Union of Teachers, directed all public and secondary schools in Oyo State to withdraw their services from school starting from today until further notice. Several individuals and groups have expressed their willingness to embark on a GoFundMe drive to help fund the release of the abducted teachers and students, a clear indication, like we said earlier, that there's frustration and attempt to mount pressure on government to act. Is it to pay ransom? Now, the Independent National Electoral Commission, we also told you, and maybe the courts must clean up the list of the factional candidates who from the PDP and who from the ADC or SDP will be on the ballot. We are not quite clear yet how they are likely to decide. Sometimes people are asking the Independent National Commission to come up to presently with the list of those who they believe are the correct, have the correct leadership. But a party like the SDP, for instance, where you have the chairman of one, or in fact, the presidential candidate of one of the party with recognized by INEC, but all the state chairmen of the party who are outside of that fashion are also with INEC. How would they solve the problem?
Confusion gallop.
Seyi Makinde is the presidential candidate of the Allied People's Movement. The Rabiu Bala faction of the PDP has also ratified Chris Umba as its of ADC has ratified Chris Umba as presidential candidate of the party. The Labour Party adopted Dr. Chibuzo Okereke as its presidential candidate. The Action Alliance has Are Adekunle Rufai Omoaje as its presidential candidate. And we have the National Rescue Movement, NRM, picking a Nollywood actress Esther Okereke as its flag bearer. Zenith Labour Party has Dan Iwanyao. And we also told you earlier that former President Goodluck Jonathan has been told to take the flag of one of the factions of the PDP. Will he accept it? And like we told you earlier, we have a guest in the House who himself received the nomination on behalf of the president. Has he taken it to him? Honorable Fred Agwedi is a member of the House of Representatives. Thank you so much for joining us on the program, sir.
Thank you very much, and good to be with you. Good morning, Nigeria.
Good to see you again after a long time.
Yeah, it's really long, and you are looking very good.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, have you seen the former president since you took that responsibility?
Yeah, of course, I'm in touch with the former president.
In touch, or you have seen him to give him the nomination?
We are regularly together, but let me remind you that a directive was given to me. And the directive is to the extent that the party will accompany me in a ceremony to hand over, the certificate.
When will that be?
As soon as possible.
Now, was there a nomination form and expression of interest?
Of course. And
that Jonathan picked.
Of course.
He picked it?
And that is why the party, the screening committee and the national working committee of the party gave him a waiver as a former president. You cannot qualify to run an election when you don't pay nomination and expression of interest.
He paid.
When you pay, you'll be issued a form.
Yeah.
And the form will be completed and returned to the party. Otherwise, you are not a contestant.
No, we just want to get it clear.
And that is what I'm telling you.
Okay.
That he did with the party. And sometimes when we tell Nigerians that, see, President Jonathan is a former president. He's not like any other person contesting, wanting to be president, and you just, walk into the foray and start doing all kinds of things.
Is he really serious about contesting?
The People's Democratic Party, knowing the caliber of candidate they are floating, is doing things differently. And that is why I keep saying the PDP will present their candidate, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, to Nigeria. That is the process
No,
the
no,
party is doing. It's not about President Jonathan just holding microphone and telling the...
You know why we're asking these questions as background before we need to
yes.
discuss the details?
Yeah.
The reason is that many people don't believe that the former president, is the one. It's like some people like you, like party members, are those ones doing this, that the former president himself is not interested. You saw what Keyamo said, that look, you guys are forcing him. He should please run away from you guys because you want to destroy his image.
Yes.
That's why we are asking, did the president himself go pay, fill the form? If you said he did, then you are clearing the air that Nigerians should know.
I have said so time without number is different for us.
Okay.
And again, let me ask you, why are the Keyamus and others being worried? Why? It is a choice.
No, because the president did not come up.
No.
The former president did not come up. Yes.
No, see, he's a member of APC. Most of the people who are talking, oh, don't bother yourself. You are a good man. Why do you want to trouble? Why are people deceiving you? Is this their party business?
There's something very fundamental.
And what is the fundamental thing?
The former president has written his name in the ink of gold.
Interesting.
He lost election.
Very correct.
He accepted, made a phone call.
Yes.
Telling that he has accepted the result.
Yes.
And he became an internationally recognized statesman.
Yes.
Now, coming back to contest again.
Yes.
Especially on a party that I refer to as working on its heads not legs.
Yes.
PDP with the mass exodus.
Yes.
I think he doesn't have any chances in PDP, whoever is pushing him to contest.
Yes.
What do you think?
Two things. One, a party makes an election and a party causes victory to happen. Sometimes a candidate brings about victory for a party. And so that is where we are. Now, take for example, when everybody keeps saying President Goodluck is a good man, very good man, very good man, Nigeria needs a good man to be our leader, not a bad person, not somebody who has failed the country.
Like who?
So the present government has failed, clearly.
You believe so?
Let me give you an example. I was in Cape Town with my former governor and President Goodluck, heading to Namibia, and the Chibok issue happened. Right at the airport, the president returned to Nigeria and to Chibok. Have you seen that in this government? Have you seen that? Instead of attending to critical issues, either that the president is traveling out of the country, or they are doing one party or the other, dancing and doing all kinds of things. So Nigerians are not important.
But when this kind of bombing happens,
yes,
Goodluck Jonathan, the former president, was at a rally. Yes. And they didn't call it off. So what are you saying?
No, you are talking about a bombing that happened when a rally was going on, targeted at the rally. It was not as if it happened and then Jonathan went to the rally. The rally was going on. It was targeted at the rally. They missed their target, yet the government went after the people.
Two issues for me here. One, a lot of people, and I know you have countered it, some commentators out there are alleging that Jonathan is only playing a spoiler's role. He wants to spoil some people's chances. That's one. The second one, you have Senator Sandy Ono, also of the other PDP. So it doesn't appear to be a united PDP.
Well, it is not only PDP.
Let's talk about PDP.
Yes.
Leave the other parties.
But I just want to generalize it first of all, because you are raising the issue about PDP. So it's not peculiar to PDP. Most of the other parties, including the party in government. Now take, for example, you are aware of judgments of the appellant courts, both appeal and Supreme Court. The INEC that is supposed to obey those judgments are yet to obey it. And then you have also gotten to know about analysis to the extent that the Turaki-led PDP, as at today, is the valid PDP, going by the judgments. Because INEC has not implemented the judgments, does not go to mean that it will not come. It will crystallize, it will be realized. Now what we are saying is that if Senator Sandy Ono or so is the presidential candidate of the Wike party, which is led by Anyanwu and others, who the court has heard that you are suspended and you couldn't have played any functional role, official role on behalf of the People's Democratic Party. And then you also saw that the leader of that party did not sponsor any of his candidates in that platform. Rather, he took them to the ruling party. Will tell you that something is wrong somewhere with them. And so because they are parading themselves, as a faction of PDP, will not make the real PDP back off. And that's what we are doing. We are aware that in any system where there are tendencies to scuttle democracy, where there are tendencies to contrive the democratic space, the people have to be vigilant. As you see us, we are vigilant about the political
Okay,
space.
on the spoilers rule. On the spoilers rule.
Spoilers rule? Yeah, that's what the Sandy Honor or the...
No, the allegation that Jonathan is playing the spoilers rule.
Oh, as to spoilers rule, well, you see, they have a right to express themselves the way they want. But who are the serious candidates outside Jonathan? If you want to count serious candidates, maybe there may be 2 or 3. So any candidate that is not serious, should join Jonathan in ensuring that we boot this government out of office. That is what Nigeria needs now. As citizens, as patriotic citizens of this nation, that is what we need now. We need a Jonathan who has age on his side, who is alert, who has the experience, who has the capacity, who has even acquired more knowledge to be able to lead Nigeria and bring Nigeria back to where he left it.
Yes, when he first contested,
yes,
the waters were not as dirty and murky as it is now. Yeah. Do you think that the current political weather is clement enough for a Goodluck Jonathan to contest without tainting his reputation?
If the weather is not clement, then we have to arise with President Jonathan to change a weather that is being made murky. Because for democracy, if you go to sleep, the bad ones will overrun you. And that is why some of us are not going to sleep. That we will be vigilant in this space. We will bring the right candidate. We will support the right candidate. We will mobilize Nigerians, and Nigerians should arise to make sure they take back their country. Otherwise, we will have the country to rely on.
How do you intend to get the votes?
Who are the voters? Is it not you and I and others that are voters? Who will you be voting for? That's the question.
Let's talk about those things that make people to start to wait for the former president. Yeah. Now, and it also goes to the questions my colleagues have asked, whether he's serious about contesting. Even up to now, as we are talking, he has not even shown his face. Nobody has heard him say anything.
He has only said, I'm consulting.
Yes, apart from you now telling us that he confirming to us that he actually filled the form, he paid for the nomination, and he was given a waiver.
Yeah.
The former president seemed to be standing, do I jump, do I not jump? Is it auspicious for me? Do I do it? It doesn't look like somebody who is seriously wanting to contest an election.
Ohira, maybe you didn't get me right when I gave that explanation. President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan is a former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. There is no other person of his status that is contesting the presidential election outside the sitting president, okay? And so, as a party, PDP is doing things differently. It's not about Jonathan holding the microphone and saying, I'm contesting, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. No. The PDP is going through a process. The process.
Which of the PDP?
and you know that there's only one PDP. The PDP.
Well, I disagree. There are factions.
The PDP that the appellant cause have recognized that is the valid PDP that was without a leader, and that the BOT sat together, nominated an interim working committee in which I am a member. I am the leader of the PDP caucus in the House of Representatives. So you should know that I know what I am doing. You should know that I have a voice as one of the leaders of the party. So what we are saying is that the PDP is going to do something different. And that is what we are doing. We are cooking the soup to the extent that when we present Jonathan under our platform to Nigerians as a big bang, it will change the entire...
Now I want you to answer this question.
Yes.
One of the major reasons why former President Goodluck Jonathan lost his last election while in office was his inability or failure to address the security challenges. Do you think Nigerians can trust him?
No, let me tell you, it was not because he couldn't deal with the security issues. It is because he is a Democrat. He opened the political space. He allowed people to participate. He allowed Nigerians to make their choice. And so Nigerians made a choice outside him. And he honored their choice. Okay? Now, if you say that it's insecurity, has the situation improved? The situation has worsened. As at Jonathan's time, it took him 2 or 3 weeks, to clear Borno State.
With for elections in captivity?
For elections to hold. Because it got to a point where elections was not to hold in a number of local governments within that state. And Jonathan now said the elections be postponed for about 3 weeks, and within which people now had access to the ballot box. That is what is important. Democracy means that the people must decide their leader. They must have the right to vote. And so he allowed them to vote. Now you see the political space being terrorized.
That's why.
Take, for example, you saw us last Saturday when the police came pursuing us. Thugs came pursuing us for the right of a political party to hold their program and programs.
That's why some people are asking, if Jonathan failed to win the election as the sitting president, how can he win being the opposition against a man, they say, understands the terrain very well and knows how to use state apparatus?
Opposition parties have always won election. That was why the APC won. And in other nations across the world, opposition parties have won election. You see, the good thing about democracy is over time, they know who is good for them and they know who is bad for them. If APC had not come on board, people wouldn't have known that the party has nothing to offer. Today, Nigerians have come to realize that the 8 now running to 12 years of democracy of the APC, did not help this country. Rather, things are worsening. And so what is change is the most permanent thing in life. And so today, they have identified that Jonathan was a better president than any other person. And so we can go back, we can apologize to him, we can say sorry to him, we can make restitution. And by doing restitution, he's bringing him back to power.
Does he still have the same steam?
That is going to happen in 2027.
Does he still have the same steam?
Of course, that is the truth of the matter.
Does he still have the same steam?
What is his team? His team is about the candidate, and his team is about the party. Okay? Once Nigerians believe that this man should come back, once they believe that the PDP government was better than APC government, of course.
Can you help us? Because you are not just a member of the party. You lead a chunk of the House of Representatives, yes. And you could stand up to say, look, I am representing the party here. I can pick up. He has spoken with us. I have spoken with him, and we know that he is going to contest. Now, where is Jonathan, our former president? Where is his block votes? Where is he going to look at? I'm looking at all the presidential candidates. I'm looking at the other political parties. I'm even looking at the PDP itself that is factionalized. Where is the president hoping to, like my colleagues ask, get the vote from Nigerians?
Okay, if you have traveled to the north, there's a tea that these Hausa people.
Meshai.
Okay, whatever they call it. There's a comparison between Jonathan's tea and Buhari's tea and T-Pain's tea. You understand? So Nigerians want to drink the Jonathan tea if you go to the north. If you go to the south, you know that we have 4 years, that we haven't ruled Nigeria. So it is an opportunity for the south to bounce back on their 4 years. You know that the southeast has issues of being 4 years in office, or no, one time I will not do a second term. The Southeasterners will want to do their 8 years. And so if there's an opportunity for someone to do his 4 years, and then an opportunity will eventually come for them to do their 8 years, of course they are going to support that candidate. That is what it is. The only place you now say that, if Jonathan show up bulk votes and all that is the Southwest. Meanwhile, if Governor Makinde is contesting against President Tinubu, they will split their Southwest votes. So we are going to go. So I can tell you that the only person who can win the 2027 election is President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan and the People's Democratic Party.
I can see the politics you have just raised in it. If you talk, let us be very frank about it. If you talk about Peter Obi, if he wins the presidential election, the Constitution allows him 8 years.
Yes.
If Makinde wins, the Constitution allows him 8 years. The only two persons, maybe now that will be on the ballot, that you say they have 4, is the current president and President Jonathan.
Yes.
Now, what you are saying is that the North would rather deal with what they know.
Yes.
That, look, this man will do 4 years and go. We do not trust if Peter Obi will change his mind along the line.
Well, I don't want to be as deep as that. But what I'm telling you is that they will be more comfortable with a 4 years, so that they can also ride on.
Which of the North are you talking about?
The entire North.
Is it the Northeast that suffered insecurity gravely, or you are talking about the North?
But they are still suffering that insecurity.
There's no Central North now.
No,
the Central North died with Sardauna and Tafawa Balewa. So which one are you talking about?
Beautiful. The North is still a North. Let me tell you, when you talk about insecurity, the insecurity has even spread from the North to the South. So who is safe? Will you want to continue to leave your country in the hands of those that can't protect you? And like one of you said, what are the principal mandates of a government? The people's security and welfare.
Nigerians,
we have lost welfare. We have lost security.
Nigerians are wondering, who are those beating this drum for Jonathan? Are there
you don't need to
interest?
You don't need.
You understand what I mean?
No.
Some cabal out there urging him on.
Is the current
Jonathan go?
Is the current administration involved?
Amechi, you don't need to beat a drum for President Jonathan. What you need to do as a party and as Nigerians is to look at who is better. Wherever the person is, go and bring him to take leadership so that your country can be better. Once you fail to do that, you will continue to suffer. Don't shut your voice. Speak out and go for what is right for your country so that you can salvage your country.
Let me quickly also ask this.
Yes.
There's no doubt that you have heard about it, that former President Goodluck Jonathan may be helping the current government, President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu or the APC, want to help split the party so that they can. That's the allegation. My colleague already said that.
No, but
wait, sir. Let me learn.
Yeah.
Now, is it not obvious to you and to everybody around this former president that the candidature of Atiku in the North is going to benefit from the fractionalization of so many candidates that are coming up from the North? Is this a concern for you?
Let me refer you to 2023. In 2023, Atiku ran, Obi ran. Obi was in PDP. Certain characters chased Obi out of the PDP. And Obi went and took Labour Party. How many months did it take Obi to get the over 7 million votes that he got? How many votes did PDP get? Haven't split her in her house. So what are we talking about? Today, what Nigerians know and what we want that happen is for the South to take their 4 years. And then power returns to the North. So it's not about Atiku being on the ballot and thinks that he's going to split it. If it were possible, he could have split it even in 2023 and won the election. He didn't win. But let me tell you, Jonathan is not working with the government in power. Jonathan is contesting the election to win under the PDP. And the PDP is the largest party, the most enduring party in the democracy. The PDP is known in all nooks and crannies in this nation. And it is when you contest election in such a platform that is known in all nooks and crannies that you can more easily mobilize the voter to win election. And so Jonathan knows what to do. The PDP knows what to do. We are putting the party in a pedestal that we have the right candidate. Nigerians will buy into. That's what we are doing. So we are not coming to play any spoilers role. What the politicians need to do, if they have the interests of Nigeria at heart, is to now rally around all of us who begin to say, I'm presidential candidate in this platform, I'm presidential candidate in that platform, should rally around President Jonathan and the People's Democratic Party to take this government that has failed completely in all ramifications out of power, so that we'll be able to re-energize, recreate our country, and have a better living condition. That is what we are.
All right, we have to go with it now because we have a lot of other things to still do. We go to our mails and we'll not be able to continue with it. But we hope that the day that the president, the former president, gets the team, you going with the other party leaders to present it to him. After that, we'll be able to come back. And
you will hear him on that day.
I want to thank you.
That ceremony will be huge.
Thank you for joining us on the program. Okay. And let's take a break. When we come back from the break, we will take our mails and then we'll wrap up the show for today. Please don't go away. You are on to Political Platform.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Get ready for a bold new chapter in political discourse. The conversations that matter most are stepping into the spotlight like never before. Political Platform, the hard-hitting, no-holds-barred program you have trusted on Ray Power Radio is making a powerful move to television. Tune in to Africa Independent Television, AIT, as Political Platform debuts on your screen, bringing deeper analysis, sharper debates, and the voices shaping our nation's future right into your screens. From policy and politics breakdowns to real-time discussions with key stakeholders, this is more than a program. It is where opinions are tested, truths are uncovered, and the people's voice is heard. Join seasoned hosts and expert guests as they tackle the issues that define our democracy. No filters, no distractions, just real talk. Political Platform, now on AIT, 9 to 10 a.m. every weekday. Stay informed, stay engaged, be
Thank you so much for staying with us. Just a quick correction here. I think with the pictures that we show was
Chris Oba as one of the three presidential candidates in that was ADC.
Yes, please. It is in these days of newspaper report, and we will have a lot of information coming on. Sometimes we have to be careful not to mix up Mba from Uba or however it is pronounced and the pictures that are pronounced. So it's not Chris Mba that we...
The Anambra politician.
It's not him. We need to quickly just correct that and take it. We don't want people to flock to his house to be with the bags of money to say you are not the presidential candidate. Please give us money to campaign for you. That's the correction. But let's go to our mailbox to take your mail citizens' perspective so that we see who is talking to us and what you are telling us. Uju?
First one is from Emeka here in Abuja, and it says, terrorists stormed free schools in Oyo State and abducted several school pupils, including 2 years and 3-year-old babies. Teachers, including a nursing mother and her baby and a principal. More school children were also abducted from Borno State. There are viral gory videos and pictures of all manner of dehumanizing torture of these children, including melting hot plastic materials dropping on their bare backs, and one of the teachers being beheaded. And our leaders were celebrating Children's Day, same time with pomp and pageantry, promising the children heaven on earth, and organizing their party primaries across the country. This President Tinubu-led government must wake up to its responsibilities to secure lives and property of Nigerians, or do what they, as opposition, then advised the then President Goodluck Jonathan resign. And next, Emmanuel Nkama from Gowon Estate, Alimosho, Lagos, says, President Tinubu approved 1,000 forest guards and special tactical team to rescue various state school pupils kidnapped by armed bandits, and it is commendable. However, it's highly regrettable that this is coming after 15 days of the ugly incident. This is because proactive and not reactive actions should have been taken before or immediately after the kidnap occurred. Delay in taking a decisive action against these enemies of our country enables them to continue to go deeper into the forest with their victims. Here's appealing to President Tinubu, the military, and all stakeholders to ensure that the Oyo and Borno state school pupils, including 2 to 4-year-old kids still in the wide weather of their kidnappers' den, are safely rescued. Where are the USA military in Nigeria?
And for want of time, we may not be able to take in full. The mail from Amechi Obochi from Kubwa in Abuja, he also wrote on the abduction of school children and teachers in Oyo State, and he says the president will do everything should do everything to secure their release. Same with Anethio Kintia from Sango, Ogun State. He's asked, however, saying the NUT was right in calling for total strike rather than resorting to prayers. And Nigerians are indeed asking the president, it's not just in Oyo that students were abducted. In Borno State, Askira Oba, and some other places, students are also in captivity. Do a lot also to get them freed.
And Leah Sharibu, nothing's been heard of her for how many years?
Unfortunately. Well, that's how we are going to be wrapping the program up this morning. Keep your mails coming to us through our Citizens Perspective political platform at darkgroup.com is the route to reach us. When we come back tomorrow on the program, we sure have more for you, analysis, reports, and then we also take your mails. My name is Okiri Agbonsoremi. On behalf of my colleagues here, please do have a beautiful week ahead and a beautiful day today.
Recall that some years ago, we never had mobile phones. Surprisingly, we survived and went about our normal daily routines. Across the globe today, the use of mobile phone as armor, shield, lifesaver, a handed defense against our own fears, anxieties, loneliness, and mortality has become a do without.
This is the 21st century, man, and this is the lifeblood of the 21st century. You know, I'm a business person, and you gotta make money. So how do your clients get across to you if you don't have a phone?
I've done without my phone several times. I can really do. Why would I call? When there was no phone, what was I copying?
I can do without my phone. If I decided that, well, I have something to, I just want to shut down.
That's your phone?
I can't do without my phone, and I can actually do without my phone. Because I sell online, so it's not possible for me not to always be online. I have to always be online because my customers can just chat me up.
Yeah, of course. I've had situations where I have to, drop my phone or be without it for probably 2-3 days. I'm not really internet crazy.
The addiction by some to continuously glue to it, tap to read, swipe and repeat the process all over calls for concern. Why is it so addictive?
My phone is always with me because I'm always expecting calls, opportunities, and greater things as well. I log in my phone to check the latest information online, so I can't do it without my phone. Without my phone, I'm empty.
My phone actually represents a person to me, and I
I really love pressing it a lot. It gives me vibe. It gives me, it makes me feel less loneliness.
I'm a kind of introvert. I don't go out. So the only thing that keeps me busy and keeps me going is my phone. Yeah, I'm always with my phone 24/7.
The fact that some view this device as a means to an end does not say it all. There are those who believe that its indiscriminate use and addiction is necessary.
My phone, no. It's always by my side. When I'm not with it, it seems I am out of the world. I don't know what is happening again. Phone has become part of us, where it's my office. Everything I do is my phone. You don't know what will happen at any given moment. So you feel your phone's supposed to be with you at every point in time. When you are not with it, you are out of time, you are out of the world, you don't know what is happening. Information, zero.
I can't do without a phone a day. But I'm a businessman. Like now, my customer, they may need a shoe that is very okay for me. So they may tell me that, okay, I should send this to WhatsApp or to Facebook. I'll snap it and I'll send it to them.
No matter how advantageous the single-handy device is, there are numerous and devastating health effects associated with it, some of which are deadly and physically defective.
A lot of accidents has occurred because of this phone. When the vehicle is coming or the Okada is coming, they don't even aware it's because of this phone. As a result, a lot of life has been lost. It has caused a lot of damages to the hair because some people, they always put it on the high volume when they are using it. As a result, there is a lot of dizziness, headache. Some has even lost their hearing capacity.
I don't admire people using phone with earpiece on the road, using phones as torchlights while cooking, using phone close to your cooking gas, then using your phone as torchlights to put on the gen. All those things are very, very wrong.
It is from this phone that most of our children are learning a lot of bad things. If there is a way the government can help us to minimize this use of phone, it will be better.
Good as it is, handy as it may be, friendly as it is, effective for global business it may be, we must always tread with caution and avoid addiction to it due to its established adverse health effects. As it is always said, sweetness also has its negative
Israeli forces capture Balfour Castle in Lebanon as Netanyahu expands operation against Hezbollah. Polls open for Ethiopia parliamentary and regional elections. World Health Organization, WHO, confirms 5 cases of Ebola recoveries in eastern Congo. This is the World News on AIT. I am Onoshorena Obozege. You're welcome. Israeli forces have seized Balfour Castle in southern Lebanon as military operations expand deeper into territory previously dominated by Hezbollah. Israeli leaders described the capture as both symbolic and strategically important.
The Hitah fortress overlooks key routes through southern Lebanon and has repeatedly played a role in regional conflicts over centuries. Israeli officials argue that controlling the position strengthens security for communities near the border. Ground operations have increasingly pushed beyond earlier military lines, while evacuation warnings have expanded across southern Lebanon. Israeli officials say the offensive is intended to reduce threats from Hezbollah attacks targeting troops and border communities. Lebanese officials accuse Israel of collective punishment and warn that expanding military operations and risk worsening humanitarian conditions. Recent strikes also reportedly damaged infrastructure and injured hospital workers in southern areas. International concern is also growing as foreign governments warn that deeper offensive could increase displacement and further destabilize Lebanon. Diplomatic efforts continue despite both sides accusing each other of violating ceasefire arrangement. The latest developments underline how fighting between Israel and Hezbollah continues to expand despite negotiations aimed at preventing broader regional escalation. Further talks are expected even as military operations intensify.
Iran says it has resumed production at several offshore facilities in the South Pars gas field months after attacks damaged energy infrastructure during conflict with Israel. Officials described the restart as a major step towards restoring vital energy production.
Authorities said 3 offshore platforms had returned to operation, while output was redirected through alternative processing facilities as repairs continue. Officials insisted the platforms themselves escaped serious damage despite attacks earlier this year. South Pars remains critical to Iran's economy and domestic energy supply because it provides much of the country's natural gas production. The restoration comes after attacks on energy infrastructure triggered wider disruptions across the region. Meanwhile, Iranian authorities have gradually restored internet connectivity after months of severe restrictions imposed during wartime conditions. Although access has improved, users continue reporting blocked services, unreliable connections, and ongoing restrictions across many global platforms. Many popular applications remain inaccessible, while slower connections continue affecting daily communication, businesses, and online services. The restrictions have fueled growing reliance on virtual private networks and alternative tools for internet access. The developments come as negotiations continue between Tehran and Washington amid pressure campaigns linked to broader regional tensions. Energy analysts say the ability to restore production and maintain exports could significantly influence Iran's economic recovery.
Growing uncertainty about regional security is pushing Indo-Pacific nations towards deeper defense cooperation as government responds to China's expanding military capabilities and questions surrounding long-term American focus in the region. Discussions intensified during Asia's major defense forum, while leaders emphasized faster military strengthening and broader partnerships.
Regional officials say countries increasingly recognize the need to build stronger individual capabilities while simultaneously creating wider security networks. Officials from the Philippines argued that stronger partnerships reinforce rather than replace long-standing American security arrangements. The Philippines says it is expanding defense relationships with multiple partners, including Japan, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand, as part of broader deterrence efforts. Officials argue that wider participation from regional partners strengthens collective responses to shared threats. Japan is positioning itself as a central player within this expanding network after significantly easing restrictions on defense exports. Tokyo says it intends to become a connector between countries, seeking stronger military cooperation and improved access to defense equipment. Singapore has also called for more flexible coalitions among like-minded countries capable of moving quickly when traditional arrangements prove insufficient. Officials argue smaller cooperative groupings can help test new ideas and respond faster to changing security environments. Canada, meanwhile, says it is increasing its military presence across the region through cybersecurity partnerships, maritime exercises, and training programs. Together, these developments highlight how regional governments are increasingly preparing for a future where security responsibilities may become more widely shared.
The United Nations has moved to tighten restrictions on export of advanced artificial intelligence chips after concerns that Chinese companies may have accessed them through overseas subsidiaries. New guidance issued by the Commerce Department expands licensing requirement beyond mainland China.
The updated rules target high-performance processors made by leading chip manufacturers that power advanced AI systems and data centers. Officials acted after concerns emerged that overseas branches of Chinese companies may have continued purchasing restricted technology. Industry sources suggest large volumes of advanced chips may have moved through countries hosting foreign subsidiaries over the past year. Analysts argue that access to such hardware could undermine Washington's efforts to limit China's ability to develop cutting-edge AI capabilities. The policy shift follows earlier decisions not to enforce broader global restrictions introduced during the previous administration. Critics had warned that the absence of enforcement created opportunities for companies to legally bypass restrictions through foreign operations. Technology experts describe the issue as significant because subsidiaries located outside China may have acquired some of the most advanced processors without special licenses. However, the guidance does not force existing users to stop operating previously acquired hardware. The move signals a tougher approach towards semiconductor controls as competition between Washington and Beijing increasingly centers on artificial intelligence and advanced computing. It raises fresh questions about how governments enforce restrictions across global supply chains.
The Philippines and Vietnam have announced an enhanced strategic partnership aimed at expanding political, economic, and security cooperation as both countries navigate increasingly complex regional challenges. The announcement came during a state visit to Manila by Vietnam's top leader, To Lam.
President Ferdinand Marcos said both nations share common interests in preserving peace, stability, and rules-based cooperation in their region. He described the upgraded partnership as increasingly important at a time when international politics and regional security are becoming more uncertain. The expanded relationship is expected to strengthen defense cooperation, political coordination, and people-to-people connections between both countries. Officials from Manila say broader collaboration would create new opportunities while reinforcing shared strategic goals. Vietnamese leaders describe the Philippines as an important regional partner with similar long-term interests and commitments to maintaining stability. Hanoi says it hopes the upgraded relationship will push cooperation into new areas and create stronger bilateral coordination. The two countries already share strategic concerns regarding maritime disputes and have previously upgraded relations amid rising tensions involving competing territorial claims. Their coast guards conducted the first joint exercises last year, despite overlapping claims in parts of the South China Sea. The strengthened partnership reflects wider efforts across Southeast Asia to build stronger regional relationships as countries adjust to shifting geopolitical realities. Analysts view the move as another sign that middle powers are increasingly seeking stronger partnerships to navigate regional uncertainty.
Colombia is heading towards a presidential runoff after no candidate secured an outright majority in the first round of voting. Conservative outsider Abelardo de la Espriella emerged narrowly ahead of progressive rival Ivan Cepeda.
Son bienvenidos todos los independientes.
Election authorities reported nearly complete results, showing de la Espriella leading with a slim advantage over Cepeda. The close outcome now sets up a second-round contest expected to become increasingly polarized. Cepeda and allies of the outgoing government question aspects of the result, claiming irregularities without publicly presenting evidence. Officials responsible for vote counting have continued processing and reviewing ballots. The election highlights sharply different approaches to security and peace in a country still struggling with armed groups and organized crime. Cepeda favors continuing negotiations with armed organizations, while his rival promises stronger security measures and tougher enforcement. De La Espriella built momentum by presenting himself as an outsider focused on restoring security and expanding prison infrastructure. His campaign also emphasized closer alignment with conservative politics and stronger anti-crime policies. The round of campaign is expected to focus heavily on public security, economic concerns, and competing visions for peace. Analysts say support from eliminated conservative candidates could become decisive in determining Colombia's next president.
And Malta's ruling Labour Party has secured a fourth consecutive election victory, delivering Prime Minister Roberta Bella another mandate after preliminary count showed a comfortable lead. Celebrations erupted across the Mediterranean island as early result pointed towards another parliamentary majority.
Abella described the outcome as a strong endorsement of the government's platform and called for national unity following the vote. Officials reported strong voter participation with turnout slightly higher than the previous election. Although Labour appears to have maintained control comfortably, observers said the margin may be narrower than in the previous election. Opposition figures acknowledged defeat but argued they succeeded in reducing the government's advantage. The Prime Minister called the election earlier than expected, arguing that Malta needed renewed political backing to navigate global economic uncertainty. Concerns about regional conflicts and rising costs were major themes throughout the campaign. Labour emphasized economic stability and growth, pointing to strong national performance and low unemployment rates. Malta's economy remains heavily dependent on sectors including tourism, financial services, and online gaming. Corruption concerns received less attention during campaigning, despite ongoing criticism from international organizations about transparency and governance reforms. Abella's victory, nevertheless, extends more than a decade of Labour dominance in Maltese politics.
A powerful explosion at an explosive storage site in northeastern Myanmar has killed dozens of people and injured many more near the border with China. Rescue efforts continued after the blast tore through Koang Tat village in Shan State. Local reports suggested the death toll could exceed 40 people, with children among those killed, while dozens more were hospitalized. Houses and surrounding buildings were heavily damaged as secondary explosions followed the initial blasts. Video circulating online showed a huge column of smoke rising into the sky as repeated explosions echoed across the area. Images from the scene also showed widespread destruction, with several buildings reduced to rubble. The explosion occurred inside territory controlled by the Tang National Liberation Army, an armed ethnic group involved in long-running fighting with Myanmar's military government. The group acknowledged the blast and said the stored explosives were intended for mining operations in the ruby production region. The rebel movement confirmed that local residents were among those affected, but did not provide official casualty figures. Leaders also announced an investigation into the incident and promised accountability if negligence or wrongdoing is discovered. The disaster adds to instability across Myanmar, where conflict between the military government and armed groups has intensified since the 2021 military takeover. Shan State remains one of the country's most contested regions, with both conflict and mining activities shaping daily life. You're still watching the World News on AIT. We observe a short break and return for more stories.
The stories now break online. miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content, follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
You're welcome back to more stories now. A meteor entering Earth's atmosphere triggered loud explosions and shaking across parts of the northeastern United States, prompting widespread confusion and emergency calls. A report came from several states after residents heard powerful bombs and felt buildings shake. Astronomers said the object entered the atmosphere near the border between Massachusetts and New Hampshire during this afternoon. Witnesses described seeing a bright fireball streaking across the sky before hearing two powerful blasts. Scientists estimated the meteor was roughly 1 meter wide and traveled at extremely high speed before breaking apart above the ground. The energy released during fragmentation was compared to hundreds of tons of explosive force. People across a wide area reported ground shaking and unusual noises, leading some to suspect an earthquake. However, monitoring agencies confirmed instruments detected no seismic activity linked to earthquakes.
Never been in an earthquake, but it felt like maybe what it might feel like. Felt like a little bit of a vibration, and I'm on the 4th floor, but I could feel.
Experts believe the object likely burned up completely before reaching the ground. If fragments survived, scientists suggested they most likely fell into the ocean rather than populated areas. The event highlights how relatively small objects entering Earth's atmosphere can create dramatic effect over large distances. Scientists continue reviewing observations to better understand the meteor's trajectory and breakup. And Brooklyn Rivera, a longtime indigenous leader and campaigner for the rights of Nicaragua's Miskito communities, have died after spending nearly 3 years in government detention. Authorities said he died from a bacterial infection after suffering health complications linked to COVID-19 and neurological decline. The government announced his death after releasing images showing Rivera hospitalized in critical condition, ending months of uncertainty over his whereabouts. Human rights organizations quickly criticized authorities, accusing them of withholding information from relatives, lawyers, and international observers during his detention. Rivera had spent decades campaigning for indigenous autonomy and land rights along Nicaragua's northeastern coast, where resource-rich territories remain politically significant. His activism repeatedly put him at odds with the government, forcing periods of exile and years of political confrontation after attending a United Nations forum on indigenous issues in 2023 and criticizing the government abroad. Rivera returned secretly to Nicaragua before being arrested on terrorism accusations. Rights groups say little information emerged about his condition after his detention, describing him as effectively disappeared. International pressure has intensified in recent days after government and rights advocates demanded his release. Regional officials and international organizations are now calling for an independent investigation into the circumstances surrounding his death. His death also raises new concerns about treatment inside the detention system, where rights monitors say political prisoners and indigenous activists have increasingly faced arbitrary arrest. Supporters say Rivera's death leaves a major gap in a movement already weakened by arrests, exile, and underground organizing. And Ethiopians are voting in parliamentary and regional elections expected to deliver a decisive victory for Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed's ruling party, despite continued instability affecting large parts of the country. More than 50 million registered voters are eligible to participate, although voting will not take place in several conflict-hit areas where security concerns remain severe.
Prime Minister Abiy is seeking to further strengthen his political position after first taking office in 2018 during a period of widespread protests and political change. His Prosperity Party already holds a dominant parliamentary majority following his strong performance in previous elections and is widely expected to maintain control. Government campaign messages have centered heavily on economic achievements, with officials pointing to improvements in food security and strong economic growth projections. Authorities argue the country's economic trajectory places it among the continent's fastest-growing economies, despite ongoing political and security pressures. However, armed conflicts continue to shape the political environment, particularly in Oromia and Amhara regions, where insurgencies and militia activities have disrupted governance and daily life. In some constituencies, voting has been suspended entirely because authorities say conditions remain unsafe. Northern Ethiopia also remains politically fragile after the devastating civil war in Tigray officially ended in 2022.
And health officials say 5 patients have recovered from the current Ebola outbreak in eastern Congo, offering rare optimism as authorities continue battling the spread of a viral strain without approved vaccines for treatment. The announcement came during the opening of a new treatment center in Bunia, one of the outbreak's hardest hit locations.
The World Health Organization says patients can survive Ebola if they receive early medical support and treatment for symptoms, even without disease-specific medicines. Officials are continuing efforts to expand treatment options while urging communities to seek help quickly when symptoms appear. Authorities have confirmed more than 100 cases across Congo and neighboring Uganda, with thousands of deaths already recorded. Health officials warn that delays in testing and treatment continue to complicate containment efforts, while humanitarian groups say infections are spreading faster than the response. Recovered patients described fear and uncertainty during treatment, saying many people initially avoided them because communities did not understand the disease. Some survivors said they believed a death was inevitable before eventually receiving confirmation that they had contracted Ebola. Medical workers say early symptoms are frequently mistaken for poisoning or other illnesses, causing dangerous delays in seeking treatment. Healthcare staff stressed that current treatment mainly focuses on controlling symptoms such as dehydrating, vomiting, and severe weakness. Security challenges continue to complicate response efforts as rebel violence and attacks against health facilities disrupt operations across affected areas. Officials say stronger community involvement remains essential if authorities hope to contain the outbreak and prevent further spread.
And that's the world news on AIT. Thank you so much for staying with us. I am Onoshorena Obozege.
At 17 years old, Job Nimbi has never spoken a word. Born with speech and hearing disabilities, Nimbi and others at this Ghana school instead found their voices through photography. Nimbi says he is happy to share his life journey with the world through photos, and he wants to inspire others who live with disabilities. But Nimbi and his peers face significant challenges, including discrimination. Other hurdles are limited training and resources. Ghana's Statistical Service estimates only a fraction of the children with a hearing disability are able to pursue a higher education. Yet, Nimbi remains resolute.
So now, what I'm learning and focusing on is to become a doctor.
Photography was introduced to the Savalugu School for the Deaf by Geoffrey Buta. The award-winning photojournalist is on a campaign to amplify marginalized voices through visual storytelling. His project, Photo for Change, has one focus.
Train people, assist people to tell their own story in the community they find themselves, and as well as using photography or visuals to address societal issues.
Buta's Photo Club offers classes on photojournalism. In less than a year, students can take professional quality pictures by themselves and write captions.
So with the power of photography, they can tell stories around them. They can become visual journalists in the future. They can become broadcasters.
The teachers also benefit, with the club providing easy access to visual learning materials.
You have seen a picture somewhere that has connection with what you are going to deliver, the lesson you're going to deliver. And so you use the camera to take that photo, bring it to the class, and then show it to the children. Then you can develop your lesson from there.
Buta plans to expand his project to 10 more schools in Ghana and create exhibitions to showcase students' work. Other plans include setting up internship with media outlets. And in the long term, he wants to inspire a generation of students with disabilities to become award-winning photojournalists. Sana Nutod, VOA News, Savalugu, Ghana.
At an undisclosed location in South Africa's northwest province, these rhinos are being prepared for life in the wild. That's under a scheme by conservation NGO African Parks to re-wild 2,000 captive-bred white rhinos. It's a move that could boost the world's wild southern white rhino population by up to 15%. African Parks project manager Donovan Juice said the aim is to rewild around 200 rhinos per year over the next 10 years to various protected areas across Africa.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime de-risking effort from a conservation initiative at scale that's never happened before. So I think for the species, it's a massive opportunity.
The rhinos were bought from private breeder John Hume. He sold the animals because of the high cost of protecting them. Poaching remains a severe threat in South Africa. 499 were poached in 2023, according to government data, an increase from the year before. Rhinos are targeted for their horns, which are in demand in East Asia for traditional medicines and jewelry.
My name is Jambo Shipanga, and I was actually born in a rural village in northern Namibia, and that village is 18 kilos southeast of Enana in Angwena region. And growing up there, was actually tasked with the responsibility of taking care of the family resources, mainly looking after my parents' livestock. We're also responsible for cultivating and weeding, and also, mind you, that time we were also pounding mahango. Mahango is a staple food, and we were also collecting firewood for my mom and with other siblings. And at the early age, I left Namibia and I went into exile, and I settled in Zambia in a camp called Nyango. It's actually situated in western Zambia. Yeah, and in the camp we were under the stewardship of SWAPO as a liberation movement that time. We were taught to be, we were trained, we were actually being prepared to take up leadership position when Namibia gets independence. So basically, yeah, we did a lot of tasks in the camp. Although our main focus was that of schooling, yeah, we also, in one way or the other, we were actually preparing to see our country getting independence and getting, to be free from the colonial oppression. Years, and obviously I was starting to be conscious of the events that have been happening, and it was an inspiration to be able to see my country getting free. Obviously, I had that vision to make sure that Namibia was free from the colonial yoke and so on. Events that were happening, we used to see a lot of the plant fighters coming to us, and they would talk to us as families, and they would tell us, look, you should come, and it will be very interesting, we'll send you to schools and things like that. In the village, you had this, the experience of the soldiers. The South African soldiers would come to your house in the dark of the night, and they would wake you up. They would start beating, especially the parents who were still young children, and they would beat those the elderly people and all that. It was quite a terrifying experience, and they would do all sorts of things. They would want to convince you to say that you assisting what they call the terrorists, because that time the plant fighters were called terrorists. Yeah, despite that, it made us to be resilient. It made us to be able to resist, even if we were small. We were able to say this was actually the kind of some atrocious conduct by the apartheid forces and all that. So we could differentiate from, obviously we could tell that these things were not good. And obviously imagine yourself being, witnessing your parents being tortured, being beaten and all these kind of things.
With a mission inspired by a vision of a world of equity where all voices are heard,
and all people are seen. Histories and cultures shared and appreciated, even when not understood. We tell stories of the underrepresented, the misrepresented, the underserved, of victories, defeats, mourning, and celebrations. Inspiring stories, enlightening stories that teach and galvanize. We take you on a journey across continents, telling stories of all people. We wrote about them, filmed, uploaded, and brought them to your homes at your fingertips. Our vision is in sight, one story at a time. We tell stories that make impact, stories that galvanize, echoes from the valley, storytelling for social change. Showing on Proxnet Television USA, Saturdays at 7:30 p.m. Showing also on African Independent Television, AITs, at 6:30 p.m. Echoes from the Valley, storytelling for social impact.
Like I said, it was a terrifying experience. It was not a good thing at all. It impacted on us, and I believe everybody else. Those who were conscious of the fact that, justice has to prevail in one way or the other. Of course, you had those people that were maybe on the other side of or assisting the enemy, so to speak. Yeah, so basically it was terrifying. It was traumatic, and yeah. While we used to, for instance, we would wake up, go to the dining hall, go to the parade, and after that we could go to school. Yeah, so there were so many activities that we were involved in. There were things like, it was a normal setup where you could go collect the firewood, because we were so many, and you had to go and get firewood, for instance, to cook for the elderly people, to cook for us. And there were so many activities. One of, like I just mentioned, schooling and going to parade. When you are parading or when you are gathering, we sang songs of the liberation. We were able to praise our leaders, like our founding father, the late President Sam Nujoma, and other leaders, of course. And one good thing is that we had that solidarity among us. Imagine that all these kids, most of our parents were not there. We had elders that took care of us, like our foster parents and all that. So we had that spirit of Ubuntu. We had solidarity among us. If, for instance, you had something you could share with the other person. We were also involved in some games like soccer and so on. Yeah, and another thing is also I was also involved in the music. That's how my music actually developed. We had about 3 bands in the camp. The band for the youth, and also the 2 bands for the youngsters. So you can imagine that my first guitar, for instance, was made from the old oil tin, okay, with 3 strings. We just picked those old tins, and then, because look, there was no money to get, it was a luxury to buy a musical instrument. So that was how I built my first guitar. Yeah, and it was nice, because when you start playing an instrument, it makes your mind gets calm, you concentrate, music has got a lot of potential. It has got a lot of benefits and so.
With a mission inspired by a vision of a world of equity where all voices are heard and all people are seen, histories and cultures shared and appreciated even when not understood. We tell stories of the underrepresented, the misrepresented, the underserved, of victories, defeats, mourning, and celebrations. Inspiring stories, enlightening stories that teach and galvanize. We take you on a journey across continents, telling stories of all people. We wrote about them, filmed, uploaded, and brought them to your homes at your fingertips. Our vision is in sight, one story at a time. We tell stories that make impact, stories that galvanize, echoes from the valley, storytelling for social change. Showing on Proxnet Television USA, Saturdays at 7:30 p.m. Showing also on African Independent Television, AITs, at 6:30 p.m. Echoes from the Valley, storytelling for social impact.
Music is part of me because my music will only die when, for instance, I'm no more. You can take away my clothing, you can take away all my possessions, for instance, but you cannot take away music because it's part of me. It's part of, it's something that I cannot, nobody can take away from me. I can, for instance, if I'm a worker, my job can go. Let's say I've got a house, my house can be repossessed, my vehicle can be repossessed, but music, I'll go with it wherever I'm going to go. So if one day I'm no more, obviously my music legacy will still go on because of material that I'm going, or that are there already, and they will prevail. We sang songs of the liberation, but you know, these are songs that are there to inspire you. These are songs that are paying tribute to our founding fathers, songs that are praising people like the late Hendrik Witbooi, one of our fallen heroes who died at the hands of the Germans back then. The great Greenwell Matongos, people like Dr. Sam Nujoma, obviously he was our leader, and so you know the songs obviously inspired us, and they made us to, it was like a glue that glue us together. And to put it shortly, actually, it's through songs, it's through this singing that you know we were able to stand as one unit, as one family. They made us to be united. They made us to be part of that you know unit. That songs like Sema Olipeni Yelule Pandela Ola Namibia. So it's just to say Sam hoist the flag of Namibia. So you know he was our you know, if I were to put it in the modern world, you know, if you look at Iran, you can compare him to the leader of Iran. You know, he was like a spiritual father to us, and he was our guardian. And yeah,
with a mission inspired by a vision of a world of equity where all voices are heard and all people are seen, histories and cultures shared and appreciated even when not understood. We tell stories of the underrepresented, the misrepresented, the underserved, of victories, defeats, mourning, and celebrations. Inspiring stories, enlightening stories that teach and galvanize. We take you on a journey across continents, telling stories of all people. We wrote about them, filmed, uploaded, and brought them to your homes at your fingertips. Our vision is in sight, one story at a time. We tell stories that make impact, stories that galvanize, echoes from the valley, storytelling for social change. Showing on Broxnet Television USA, Saturdays at 7:30 p.m. Showing also on African Independent Television, AITs, at 6:30 p.m. Echoes from the Valley, storytelling for social impact.
Group of other youngsters, obviously they wouldn't have allowed that, obviously knowing all these dangers, because with all these stories like our soldiers being killed and all these, they wouldn't just imagine that obviously it could have been difficult for them, obviously, and knowing very well that maybe they may not even come back. This is just my thinking. And obviously when we came back, Namibia, they would obviously then tell you that of course they were not sure whether you come back, especially my mom. When I came back, she was crying and all that. We're still in Zambia because we had to stay behind and to finish with all the programs that we were in, what we were busy with, and we came, I think, 91, yes, 91, and then by then our country got independence in 1990, and we were now integrated back into the society. You have that sense of happiness in you. You are elated. Obviously, that sense of now we are going to be in charge of our own affairs. We are going to decide to make decisions that are going to benefit us, all of us, and we are not going to rely on the South African, that the government of South Africa will have to pack their bags and they have to go back, and it was that feeling of happiness, obviously, many good things that have happened ever since independence. Obviously, you do not have the South Africans prescribing you what to do and so on, but you have a government that you have voted for. So, and it means that it's the same government that you need to take to task if certain things are not right. But I must tell you that for the past, 35 years, I think, after independence, because you can see the difference, especially in rural areas. You find that there are developmental plans and things like water that was not there before, things like electricity and so on. In terms of schooling, I believe that the government has also done a tremendous job to give opportunities and so on. The health sector has also expanded. I must just say that despite all these successes, there are also challenges, because as the population grow and the resources become limited, I think, we have those challenges, and it's us that we need to tackle them. And we are endowed with a lot of resources in this country, and I believe that each one of us must be able to think deep, to be able to use the resources at our disposal for our own benefit. Yeah, so I just feel that from independence up to now, a lot has happened in a positive way. However, there are those gray areas that we need to tackle. And I think given the will, from all of us, we should be able to be an exemplary to the rest of the world, maybe to the rest of SADC and other parts of Africa, and so on and so forth.
With a mission inspired by a vision of a world of equity where all voices are heard and all people are seen, histories and cultures shared and appreciated even when not understood. We tell stories of the underrepresented, the misrepresented, the underserved, of victories, defeats, mourning, and celebrations. Inspiring stories, enlightening stories that teach and galvanize. We take you on a journey across continents, telling stories of all people. We wrote about them, filmed, uploaded, and brought them to your homes at your fingertips. Our vision is in sight, one story at a time. We tell stories that make impact, stories that galvanize, echoes from the valley, storytelling for social change. Showing on Proxnet Television USA, Saturdays at 7:30 p.m. Showing also on African Independent Television, AITs, at 6:30 p.m. Echoes from the Valley, storytelling for social impact.
I belong to a community called Oshiwambo, and the language group is Oshiwambo. We have about 7 clans, but we are able to understand each other. We are able to communicate without any need for translation or interpretation. Oshiwambo or Awambo, Oshiwambo is the language, Awambo is the group. Awambo are known for keeping cattle and also cultivating mahango and other food. And we are known for hard working, especially when it rains. Like this year, I think the rain was very, very wonderful. You will be able to, the harvest has been very, very well. So the Awambo are hard working in the sense that they, given the fact that the rain is abundant, you will be able to see the harvest is quite good. And there is that thing among our communities. We have that sense of solidarity. Let me just give you an example. If let's say somebody passes on, in the community, people gather the resources, whatever resources that they have, whether it's traditional beer, whether it's meat, whether it's whatever that is available, they bring this together and they grieve together, they share. Also, when somebody is to get married, the people give gift in form of let's say chicken, goats, cattle, and so on. So that is one thing that that is central among the Oshiwambo speaking people or among our Wambo. So I do not want to say what makes us to be different, but yeah, these are some of the features, some of the role, some of the contribution the community can be described and it's known for.
At Shabindu camp outside Goma, Médecins Sans Frontières, or MSF, has set up tents where dozens of displaced persons are being processed. They can also participate in listening sessions with psychologists. Rose has been receiving care for depression. She blames the war for her mental state, but says her journey to recovery has begun.
When someone flees war, they are very disturbed, and that was my case too. But here we have been taught how to forget everything we've left behind and how to calm our thoughts.
Rose is not alone. According to MSF, living in camps around Goma is a challenging environment for the hundreds of thousands of displaced people, especially women. Every day, medical staff say about 70 female survivors of sexual assault visit the 6 MSF health facilities in camps near Goma. Faustin Hakizimana is the head of Bulengo camp. He says the need for psychosocial support is more urgent than ever.
When we looked into the real problem, we found out that many have been disturbed by the horrors of war and others have been raped when they look for wood in the forests, which is why so many women here suffer of mental illness.
Gerlas Mulekia, a clinical psychologist with Médecins Sans Frontières at the Lushagala camp, says more help is needed.
Most of the people we see show signs of anxiety and post-traumatic problems. We run 3 group sessions a day, and each group is made up of 10 people, for a total of 30 people a day. If it goes on like this, we'll need to expand the activities to try and meet as many of the needs as possible.
Psychosocial care is available to both genders, but officials say most of the people taking advantage of the services are women whose mental health challenges are impacting their ability to care for their children. Zanem Netizaidi, VOA News, Goma.
And welcome to Gender Agenda, where leadership, policy, power, and people intersect, and where the conversations shaping Nigeria's future takes center stage. My name is Adora Sidney Jack. You're welcome. Now, this evening, the theme is both timely and critical. 2027 and beyond, reimagining political parties for women's inclusion. As conversations around the 2027 elections begin, questions around women's political participation remain urgent. Despite making up nearly half of Nigeria's population, women remain significantly underrepresented in leadership and elective office, facing barriers such as political violence, exclusion, limited funding, and cultural bias. While countries like Rwanda and South Africa continue to strengthen women's inclusion in politics, Nigeria still struggles with low female representation. And now this raises an important question. Can democracy truly be inclusive if women are excluded from the spaces where decisions are made? Now, joining us this evening is Honorable Tari Oba, PhD, former female presidential aspirant under the PDP, former gubernatorial and House of Representative aspirant, and executive director of the Tari Oba Foundation. Now, her political journey offers deep insight into the realities women face within Nigeria's political trajectory and its system, and what must change ahead of 2027. And here today on Gender Agenda, we also pause to condemn the recent abductions of students and teachers in parts of the country, including the attacks in Oyo and Borno State. These tragic incidents remind us that schools must remain safe spaces for learning and not for fear. We call on government, indeed, and security agencies to please intensify rescue, prioritize efforts, and strengthen protection for children and communities across Nigeria. And indeed, as we continue this important conversation on leadership, governance, inclusion, and security, one thing remains clear. The future of Nigeria depends on how well we protect and how well we'll empower its people, especially women and children. Well, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break. Stay with us.
My name is Tari Oba Oliver, and I am a Nigerian. I will tell you why. I was born in Lagos. My father is from Delta. My mother is from Bayelsa. My grandmom is from Oyo. My paternal grandmom, she's from Benue State. My husband is from Imo State, and I am a Nigerian. I am here standing to tell you that the permanent solution to our problem is to give the power back to the local government. It is not a coincidence that we have representatives from the 774 local government right here as the delegates. It is the time to take the power back to the local government. If we have a security system that is based on the local government structure, Nigeria will be secured. If we have electricity at the local government level, Nigeria will have lights. And if we have technology where every community has access to internet, we will do well as a nation. So I am here to tell you, this is the time for the power to go back to the women in the community, to the youth. We have over 18 million out of school children. They need to be back in school. I have no money, silver and gold I have none, but I am standing here as Esther in the hand of Mordecai. It is in your hands, it is in your hands, it is in your hands to vote for me tonight and make history. Will you be part of history making as history will be made tonight? I count on you, my delegates. I count on you, my elders. Will you vote for a woman? Vote for me. Thank you and God bless you. My name is Tari Oba Oliver, and I am a Nigerian. I will tell you why. I was born in Lagos. My father is from Delta. My mother is from Bayelsa. My grandmom is from Oyo. My paternal grandmom, she's from Benue State. My husband is from Imo State. And I am a Nigerian. I am here standing to tell you that the permanent solution to our problem is to give the power back to the local government. It is not a coincidence that we have representatives from the 774 local government right here as the delegates. It is the time to take the power back to the local government. If we have a security system that is based on the local government structure, Nigeria will be secured. If we have electricity at the local government level, Nigeria will have lights. And if we have technology where every community has access to internet, we will do well as a nation. So I am here to tell you, this is the time for the power to go back to the women in
Well, thank you for staying with us. And there's our guest. Good evening, Nora Novotaris. Good to have you.
Good evening, Dora.
Thank you.
Nice
Please
to
sit
be
down.
here.
Nice to see you. All right, so we saw you vituperating on the stage that day. You know, vote for me, take the power back to the local government. It's time for women to be given a chance. And we have seen you come out time and time again. First, you contested for governorship, and then you attempted presidency. You have done state assembly, you've done House of Rep. So you've gone through all the cadres when you talk about women running for office and trying to really, and you've served also as a technical advisor to the Bayelsa state government. So now, having contested at different levels of Nigeria's political system, from the presidency to the governorship to House of Rep, from your experience, how would you rate inclusiveness in political parties at this moment?
Dr. Dora, thank you for having me. And I would say that the journey doesn't stop, right? It's fierce, it's difficult, you need to keep trying. I remember when I first attempted to contest, this was a councillorship more than 20 years ago. We were all told to step down, step aside, wait for your turn. And I realized that the turn never comes. It never came. I mean, all of the people that at that time, I was just about 18, I dared to run, and they said, okay, you're too young. But at that time, there were people that were about 30, 40, 50, and I'm talking to you now, they're still waiting. So the time never comes. You just need to fight. You need to fight for what you believe in, because I believe that Nigeria can actually be better. We can have a better country. I tell people all the time, this is not the way to be alive. I mean, this is not how to live. Children are living in fear, parents are living in fear, children are abducted, and the politicians are going about the business as if nothing has happened, as if it doesn't matter. Like, seriously, I doubt if we had female leaders in position. I do not think that they will address these issues just like this. So it means that the men really actually don't care. And when they say women should step aside, okay, we have stepped aside, we have left it for you guys. 27 years of democracy, we have not improved. Not one thing is better. Not even one thing. Even the protection of lives of properties, let's even assume that you're not doing anything economically to even improve the lives of citizens. What about security? I mean, money is not a problem. You guys are alive, you are not dead, so you cannot tell me the brains are not functioning. It's functioning. So what is happening? What is actually happening in this country? Today is the National Day of Mourning, prayers and cries and everything. So what? Women are praying, we are praying, so what else do we need to do?
So what do you think are the biggest political structural barriers for women in politics, whether it is at the political party level or at the administrative level?
You know, the barrier starts from the family, goes on to the community, goes on to the political, and every strata, there is a barrier for a woman. For instance, Nigerian women, when you're married, you are expected that you are domiciled in wherever your husband comes from or wherever you guys are settled. So that means you want to contest where you're located because it's easier for you to connect to the people. And most times they will tell you, oh, you're not from here. This is where your husband is from. Go back to your place. And by the time you go back to your place, they tell you, oh, you're married. You cannot contest here. Leave it for the sons of this land. So you find out that when the women are able to navigate the family background and the community acceptability of, okay, they even allow you to run, then you come to the political space. And right now, this very democracy and this very government has made it even worse. Because right now there's, okay, consensus. Consensus is kicking out all of the women. They are not even given a fair chance to even contest. A lot of my women are calling, they are asking them to step down. Step down for who? For people that migrated.
So you're saying that these primaries are a sham in itself?
It is, actually, to a large extent. To a large extent, because, and it is, I'm not going to say it's targeted at women. Most of what is happening now, the men themselves also did not plan it to be fair to them. Yes, because we've not had a democracy that has tried to cripple opposition like what we have today. So you can see that my party, the PDP, technically has broken into 5 political parties right now. We are still bonded together, but...
And which are?
I mean, we have PDP APM, we have PDP NDC, we have PDP, we have PDP ADC, and of course we have the other wing, which is the PDP APC. They are very, very few who believe that this government should continue. But the bulk of us believe that, no, they've not done anything that they deserve to continue. And so we must collaborate, and whatever platform, we even have PDP Accord, I forgot to mention that.
So that's 6?
Yes.
right now. So, but ultimately, I believe that when it comes to the presidential, we are going to collaborate and come up with something that can challenge the sitting government.
We're hopeful for that collaboration.
Yes.
But as a woman who has navigated politics, your own personal experiences, the high stakes of politics, the negotiation, you know, the back-end conversation, I mean, what shaped your understanding, and what are the lessons that you can share, especially as women who are dabbling into politics for the first time, are getting the baptism of fire, you know, and they're like, but I paid for my form, I went for screening, my name is not on the list, you know? So what are your experiences, and how does it shape the young woman who is out there trying to learn?
So I've spent the last 3 weeks counseling, crying with people, and appealing to them that welcome to the club, this is how it is. You know, in politics, you need to get used to failure. You need to get used to the system. You need to be strong. You just need to be strong, you know, because this is I mean, you find out that the leaders that were there when you were working, because you see, women do the bulk of the job. We do the mobilization, we do the sensitization. Now, it's time for voters awareness, and voters registration is ongoing. And we as women, we did all the grassroots work. Getting people, mobilizing people, creating the awareness that is important for you to vote, because you cannot give up and say, okay, because the system is bad, so therefore you're not going to vote. This is the only legal right you have to change the government. So we do all of that work, and at the end of the day, a man comes in, brings in some money, and the leader sits you down and say, you know what, Ada, you are a good daughter, you are our daughter, we know you, just calm down, just wait, and this is what has been happening. But I tell the women, you know what, you can also not fight the leaders, because at some point, or at every point, you need them. And they are even kind enough in some instances to appeal to you. Some of them will just not even let you know what is happening. You will just come up and you find out that your name is not on the list. You find out that the location for the primaries have been changed. You find out that everything, but the fact that they are even decent enough to call your attention to say, you know what, you can't get this now.
Isn't that the important time for women to now renegotiate? Because what I often see is that when push comes to shove and women are asked to step down, they are often not prepared with a renegotiation plan on the table. So what can women begin to do? Because I see it in the boys' club. There is tit for tat. So how do we begin to look at that? And who speaks for the women in the spaces where we have godfathers?
Okay, so now we need the godmothers to start stepping up and taking their spaces and speaking for women. Because at the end of the day, most of the times when these negotiations are ongoing, it is the godfathers that actually just do what we do. They negotiate on your behalf. But now we don't have godmothers that can negotiate for us. And women are soft, you know, women are calm, women are not violent. Most of the men, they negotiate because they know what can come back to them. They understand that this person is not going to take this bullshit. This person can deal with them. That is the truth. So at the end of the day, they negotiate sometimes out of fear, not out of courtesy. But because they know that the women are not violent, women are peace-loving people, they just tell you, okay, don't worry, we're gonna come back to you. And most times, I tell people 24 hours in politics is a very long time. You may even begin a negotiation with somebody today, and tomorrow the person has been removed. And tomorrow you come, they tell you, oh, the person you negotiated with has decamped. So you have to start from the beginning. You have to start from the scratch. So what happens when you have negotiated with somebody in the morning, in the evening the person has decamped from the party? So there's no accountability, there's nobody to hold on to. Then you start from the scratch.
So where should INEC come into all of it? Because I remember that INEC had, passed or sort of realized a gender policy within its metrics. But people say it's not been domesticated, we're not seeing it come to fruition. Is there supposed to be some level of compliance mechanisms from people like INEC, from the legislature? What can we do to hold parties accountable on inclusion?
Yes, on inclusion, because there's this 35% affirmative action that has not been implemented. It's implemented on the papers, but practically is not working. So if there's a way that it can become a law so that parties are held responsible, that 35% of your positions must go to women across all boards.
So that's outside the reserve seats demand?
Outside the reserve seats. Outside the reserve seats, actually. Because if that is done, if it becomes a law, then we know that women are good. And at the same time, because of the level of violence in politics, in my state, for instance, in Bayelsa, there was a time my former governor, the now leader of the NDC, attempted to bring in 6 women into the State House of Assembly. What happened? there was so much violence, shooting and everything that more than half of those women lost their seats and the party lost. So now you see parties...
So violence is
a major instrument.
Cause,
it's a major instrument because it's not that the men don't want to bring in women. It's not like they don't know that women have something to bring to the table. No, that's not the conversation. They are afraid of losing because women, I mean, a governor or anybody that is the godfather is not going to come and fight your election for you. And women, I mean, when I was contesting for State House of Assembly, some guys came to me and said, I should buy granules. And I actually innocently bought granules. They said, no, Mama, this is not what they are talking about. I said, what are you talking about? They said, talking about bullets. I'm like, you want to kill people? They said, they will win. You know, so this is the reality, and women cannot.
So you should arm them to protect you.
Exactly, women cannot deal with all this kind of things. So they say, well, if you are doing good girls, you will not win election. And just truly, the way they said it, that was what happened. So you see, there are so many undiscussed issues in politics that is not out there, but it's internally there. Violence is a major factor, and women are, you know,
and not
women
just
are not,
finance.
Yes, women are, finance, yes. But you know, even if you have the money, you're not going to go buy weapons with them. You know, you look at the case of Iweti just recently. Somebody that is a sitting senator.
Even the primaries in Ekiti State.
Exactly. So there are so many cases to mention. Yes, we know that women need more money. If there are policies in place to fund women, then we know that, okay, that aspect is taken care of. But you see, the aspect of violence is a constitutional matter. It's something that the government has to deal with. You will not leave that for INEC, you will not leave that for political parties. Because if we are in a country where people can get away with violence, no accountability, people are not held to account of what they do, then they will continue. It's not like they can, they will continue.
So there's this, you know, perhaps will I say fear, even in third-person narrative fear, and I call it passed-on trauma, where you hear young women who say, oh, I want to run, but my family says no, it's dangerous. Oh, I want to run, but they say, are you tough enough? Oh, I want to run, you want to go and join politicians, it will masculinize you. What will be the advice that you would want to give a Nigerian young woman who wants to go into elections, the political environment in 2020?
So what I always tell people is that the country of our dreams, what we want, the Nigeria we want to see, we are the ones that will fix it. Nobody is coming to save you. We're going to fix it by ourselves. And you cannot fix it through fear. You cannot fix it through chickening out of the system. Because look at the children that were kidnapped. Were they contesting for election? The women that have been brutalized, were they contesting for election? So if you are in a system that is not working, if you like, hide under your bed. If you like, come to the war front. You're going to, if the bullet is going to meet you, it's going to meet you. And a lot of people come here like, are you not afraid? You're a young woman, you've been in this space. I'm like, I better die.
Since you were 16, I reckon.
18. Since I was 18, I'd rather die doing something than fold my hands and do nothing. I watch the country that I love, the country of my dreams, what I want to see for my children. I'm afraid for our little girls. I'm afraid for our children. We have over 20 million out-of-school children. The government is not doing anything. We have a very high percent. We are second largest in the world. Children with stunted growth. Children are not feeding well. What are we talking about? So every young woman, I believe that to rescue this country is in your hands. You cannot do that by being afraid. After all, who's alive in Nigeria right now? It's just how to be alive.
So just as we let you go, because I see the passion, and one would say it's easier said than done. But talking about it and saying it is the first process, so we must commend you. But what would be if you wanted to redesign the Nigeria of your dreams, I've heard you say a few things, or redesign the Nigerian political party systems, what would be your first major 3 advice and changes that you would want to see them make?
You know, when I contested the last time, I had the set agenda. And I still have that in my mind, and I believe that that is the way to go. If you fix security, you fix electricity, and you deploy technology, I'm sure we're good to go. You see, we talk about, okay, the healthcare sector, education. You cannot project how much you need in education, in healthcare, in all these sectors without technology. So the government should stop acting blind and actually step up to that responsibility. That is all I have to say. And I believe that Nigeria needs the United States of Nigeria, where every state can be independent and contribute something, not having Bambielas come to Abuja to collect money like they are helpless.
I wonder who the Bambielas are. But first, are you contesting again in 2027?
Yes, I am.
You are?
Yes.
And are we going to see a female president eventually?
By the grace of God.
All right. We wish you all the best, and we are rooting for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we've been joined by, of course, Honorable Tari Oba, PhD, and she was a former female presidential aspirant under the PDP and former gubernatorial and House of Reps, State Assembly, councillorship. You name it, she's been across all the ecosystems of electioneering. And we want to say thank you and all the best ahead. And that United States of Nigeria that you have in mind, I'm sure a lot of Nigerians echo it as well. Yeah. All the best. But that's so much I can take today on Gender Agenda. And like she said, the PDP now has 6 factions of PDP. Whichever one will emerge at the presidential, we will yet to know, and perhaps it will be hers that we will be rooting for. But in the meantime, see you again next week. And please, let's stop the violence against women of any kind. Women are the burden bearers of crisis, of terrorism, and at the same time, we try as much as possible not to make them look like they are not part of a system that when their capacity and numbers speak much of the volume and not on the policy table. Women deserve to be on the table. And again, I say again, pass the reserved seats for women's bill now. My name is Adora Sidney Jack. See you again next week.
All across the nations, all around the world, women are longing to be free. No longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere.
Healthy. Going in a metropolitan area. Farming basically means at the end of the year, hopefully you paid all your bills. But that doesn't mean you have any money left to start the next season unless you happen to have such a good season. CSA is a great fit for our farm. I think I have about 600 CSA members.
Happy to be here. We're so blessed, yes.
My father used to borrow $25,000 at the beginning of the season and pay it back to the bank in September. Instead of that now, we ask our customers if we can borrow that money, and they give it to us in February and willingly, and then we pay them back in vegetables through the season. They have 3 different size shares, mini, regular, and robust. If you're a mini share, you get 6, and you just come and pick out whatever 6 things you want, and if you decide you want 6 bags of tomatoes, you get 6 bags of tomatoes.
Oh my gosh, the produce is so fresher, has better flavor. It just, and you get to pick and choose what you want to use. It is just wonderful.
When you do something the same for 20 years or 15 years or 10 years and you keep coming once a week to somebody's house every week, they're going to get to be like family.
Bye. We should have gone Spencer.
Hey guys, I'm sorry.
So the farmers market part of our business is roughly 40%. So we're very dependent on it.
We do have some spinach. It's in the back corner there.
We go to 5 markets a week for 30 weeks of the year, and one of them we go year-round. 20 weeks of the year, though, we don't have a market, really. So we make as much money as we can in those 30 weeks.
Thank you so much. And there is your $1. We're happy to be back.
I think the end closest.
Across Nigeria, many families now sleep in fear. Commuters travel highways uncertain of returning home, while communities increasingly depend on self-help for survival amid rising security threats. But beyond the daily reports of kidnappings, violent crimes, and insecurity lies a deeper national concern whether Nigeria's policing system has the structure, manpower, equipment, welfare, and independence required to respond effectively. At the same time, growing tensions, rivalry, and overlapping operations among security agencies are raising further questions about coordination, institutional trust, and the overall effectiveness of Nigeria's internal security architecture. So, this week, we ask two critical questions. Is the Nigerian police force itself failing Nigerians, or has the country built a policing structure too weak to deliver the security citizens expect? And what happens when security agencies meant to protect Nigerians begin to publicly clash over operations, investigations, and jurisdictions? I'm Ada Bison Ononye, and you're welcome to Security Scoop, the program that beams the spotlight on critical security developments shaping national stability, law enforcement, public safety, and institutional accountability on Africa Independent Television, AIT, the station that puts security first. When Security Scope returns, we examine the institutional pressures, operational realities, structural weaknesses, and interagency tensions shaping policing outcomes across Nigeria. Stay with us. On this week's Matter of the Moment, we focus on Nigeria's policing challenges, institutional pressures, interagency rivalry, and internal security realities. From abductions and organized violence to weak investigations, poor officer welfare, corruption concerns, political interference, overlapping mandates, and growing distrust among citizens and even security agencies themselves. Today's discussion interrogates the deeper structural burdens affecting enforcement operations across Nigeria. Joining us today is retired Commissioner of Police Lawrence Alobi, a lawyer, security consultant, and former Commissioner of Police, FCT Command, with over 3 decades of policing experience spanning operations, investigations, election security, peacekeeping, and national security coordination. You're welcome to Security Scope, CP.
Thank you for having me, Ada. My pleasure.
Yeah, but before we begin, let's take a look at the broader conversation. Will be on a developing story now drawing national attention and raising fresh concerns about operational rivalry among security agencies. The death of an operative of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, Mining Marshals Unit, DSC Agada Levy Agada, has sparked a major dispute between the Nigerian Police Force and the NSCDC, with both agencies now trading allegations over the circumstances surrounding the officer's death. Ongoing investigations, arrests, and claims linked to illegal mining operations in Nasarawa State. While police sources alleged that investigations traced over 2 billion naira to the account of one of the suspects and arrested some civil defense personnel linked to the investigation, the mining marshals have rejected the claims, accused the police operatives of bias, and called for the Department of State Services, DSS, to take over the investigation. Let's take a look.
According to the report, operatives of the Force Intelligence Department, FID, began investigations after receiving a petition from the deceased officer's family through their lawyer Wambuize Obasi Obi of Mekiao & Co. legal practitioners. Police sources quoted in the report allege that over 2 billion naira was traced to a Zenith Bank account belonging to an NSCDC operative identified as Sergeant Jibril Labaran. The sources also claim that several mining marshals personnel invited for questioning failed to honor police invitations. The report further stated that 3 NSCDC officers, Simon Yakubu Ayabe, Ibrahim Ayefo, and ASC Nwodi Obochi, were later arrested by police operatives during an operation at the correctional facility. The deceased officer's family also raised concerns over what they described as conflicting explanations surrounding Agada's death, including claims that the fatal gunshot may have come from the firearm of another NSCDC operative. The family further alleged that the deceased officer's mobile phones had not been returned and questioned the circumstances surrounding financial support and burial arrangements handled by mining marshals. In a swift reaction to the claims, the NSCDC mining marshals issued a detailed rebuttal rejecting allegations linking its personnel to the death of the operative and disputing claims that over 2 billion naira was traced to the account of one of its officers. In a statement signed by the legal officer and lead prosecution counsel of the mining marshal, ACC Ojo Toluwatope Alex, the unit described the publication as misleading and inconsistent with the facts surrounding the incident. According to the statement, the Zenith Bank account referenced in the report showed total transaction of about 760,457 naira within 1 year, contrary to claims that over 2 billion naira passed through the account. The mining marshals further stated that the account belonged to Sergeant Jibril Labaran and primarily reflected salary payments and related transactions. The unit also alleged a history of dispute between the mining marshals and Team N of the police FID, led by CSP Abdulmajid Abisoye Oyiwumi, over operations at an illegal mining site in Nasarawa State. According to the statement, the disputed mining location had remained under protection as a crime scene tied to ongoing criminal proceedings involving alleged illegal miners already facing trial at the Federal High Court. The mining marshals claimed that CSP Oyewumi and his team had on several occasions disrupted their lawful operations at the site and previously arrested some of their personnel, leading to the petition to the former Inspector General Police and interventions by senior police authorities. The unit also alleged that some media reports published against the mining marshals in the past were part of coordinated efforts to blackmail the operation. On the arrest of 3 officers identified as Simon Ayebe, Ibrahim Ayefo, and ASC Nwodi Obochi, the mining marshals disputed claims that the officers were arrested while attempting to visit a remanded suspect at the correctional facility. The statement maintained that the officers had gone to meet the deceased officer's elder brother, Matthew Agada, who works at the Kuje Correctional Center, to seek clarification over reports linking the deceased officer's death to the ongoing investigation. According to the statement, the officers were later detained after correctional officials allegedly contacted FID operatives. The mining marshals further claimed that the Inspector General Police later directed that the officers be released, but alleged that the directive was initially ignored until the Deputy Inspector General in charge of FID intervened. The unit stated that internal investigations into the death of DSC Agada Levy had already commenced and that indicted personnel remained in custody pending disciplinary procedures and possible prosecution. The mining marshals also gave an account of events surrounding the officer's death, stating that the commander of the unit and his team were in Zurich, Wasi local government area of Plateau State, on official assignment linked to a gas explosion when news of the incident reached them on February 19, 2026. According to the statement, the team immediately returned to Abuja overnight before visiting the deceased officer's family in Kaduna. The unit stated that discussions were held with the family, while support was also provided for burial arrangements through a family burial committee set up with the consent of the deceased officer's relatives. The statement further disclosed that an additional 3 million naira support package was later sourced from friends of the operative for the deceased officer's wife. The mining marshals also explained that the deceased officer's mobile phones were retained as part of internal investigations after investigators reportedly discovered WhatsApp conversations and voice notes allegedly showing that the deceased officer had moved outside designated operational boundaries before he was shot. According to the statement, the phones and related materials will be made available to the Department of State Services if the agency takes over the investigation. The unit further accused CSP Oyewumi and members of his team of attempting to arrest the mining marshals-led prosecution counsel Ojo Toluwatope Alex at his residence in Abuja after the release of the detained officers. The statement alleged that the incident caused tension at the military estate in Saukai, Abuja, and claimed that soldiers on guard duty prevented the arrest because some Chinese nationals were allegedly seen occupying the police team. The mining marshals also alleged that foreign nationals linked to illegal mining activities were sponsoring attempts to undermine the operation because it's cracked down on illegal mining activities across parts of the country. While insisting that DSC Agada Levy died in line of duty, the mining marshals maintained that no member of its management team was involved in the officer's death. The unit called for the Department of State Services, DSS, to take over the investigation in the interest of impartiality and urged the public to remain calm while investigations continue. As of the time of filing this report, the Nigerian Police Force had not issued an official response to the latest allegations made by the mining marshals against operatives of the Force Intelligence Department.
Controversy is now raising broader questions about rivalry, trust, deficit, overlapping mandates, operational conflicts, and the consequences of poor interagency coordination within Nigeria's security system. So, CP Alobi, when security agencies publicly clash over such issues, jurisdiction, investigations, claims and counterclaims go into the public, I mean, how do Nigerians begin to trust them, begin to even protect them?
Well, thank you very much for this question. This is very, very embarrassing. Embarrassing to the two agencies, embarrassing to the nation itself, and to the government, of course. You see, this is also the consequence of unnecessary proliferation of security agencies. So you see, when you talk about mining, you have mining, that's mining within the state, and then the DSS, the civil defense was supposed to be doing about illegal mining. If the government has not created some of this unnecessary proliferation, this won't arise. And I said, like I said, it's embarrassing to both the two agencies, the civil defense, the Nigerian police force, the federal government, and the country at large. These are agencies that are supposed to work together like fingers of one hand. No agency can do it, it can do it alone. And this is the problem of when you create agencies, security agencies, they now define operational guidelines to say these are the boundaries, what and what you should do, should not do, this and should be done, and so forth. You just create them and then leave them. The next thing is rivalry and competition, which is not healthy.
But the mandate of the civil defense is to protect critical infrastructure.
Yes, that is a mandate. But now, the police Section 5 of the Police Act says prevention of crime, whatever nature of crime, whether it's mining crime, whether it's bunkering, whether it's any type of crime. That's the police have the widest power, any type of crime.
All right, so let's...
So I think, like I said, it's embarrassing to the nation, to the two forces. We're not fighting. Nobody can do it alone. It's supposed to be collaboration and cooperation, not competition. What are you competing for? You'll be there tomorrow, you leave it. So I think it's unfortunate, it's embarrassing, like I said, and I think the government should address it, to put a stop to all this, because this kind of embarrassing situation to the nation. It doesn't happen in other climes. There should be like rules of engagement for each agency. These are what they should do. These are lines of operation and so forth. So now, if because of this unnecessary proliferation of agencies, what stops government saying, okay, if you have the police have a duty to, you have marine police. You have marine police of all areas of crime. The police has power over all areas of crime. Now that they've created and it's very different about infrastructure. Infrastructure is defined and restricted. But now every agency want to do police work. Every Nigerian wants to do police work.
Well, people will argue that you are speaking defensively because police is your constituency.
Not at all. We need to be
constituency.
Objective. No sentiment, no emotion. The Section 4 of the police said prevention of crime, detection of crime, and apprehension of all of offenders. To prevention of crime, detection of crime, every types of crime, whether it's marine crime, whether it's mining, minerals, whatever, anything about forests, and each community where these mines exist, are within a police command, a police division. All right. Why can't the police now oversee this? And even if they have to exist, civil defense have to exist. They work together with collaboration. You go to an area, you have a problem, you call your colleague, this police, oh, this is why this problem. The police will cooperate with them and work together. There should be no need for this rivalry. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to both agencies.
All right, sir. Let's go to the second part of our discussion today. Has Nigeria, as a country, built a police force structurally capable of confronting today's evolving security threats? I ask this because of the continuous call for the creation of state police.
Yeah, the police, whether it is state police or national police, it's the same police. The same rules, the same principle of law, they will enforce the law in line with Section 4 of the Police Act and in line with Section 214 of the Nigerian Constitution. So it is not just whether, the point is that structurally, the police have been so destroyed from for the military rule to the present day
democratic system.
So the police, in fact, when the police was established, the police is a mother force. Don't forget, the police was a mother force of all agencies. All these agencies came from the police. The DSS was then NSO, the immigration, the customs, the prison. They all were all part of the police. But now they have snowballed and now become various agencies of independent agencies. They should work together. And structurally now, because of unnecessary political control in particular. Before now, when some of us were in service, we didn't have, what are we saying today? For me, I bleed in my heart.
Please break it down. What do you mean?
I bleed in my heart because when I was in service, no government, when I was CPF to FCT, one day told me to whom to post as a DPO. I was posted as CPFC not by any government. I was because they said there was a need. I was sent to FCT because of a poor crisis. There was a crisis in FCT, and which could not be managed. And I was sent there on rescue operation. And I know what I did. It's down to the whole world what I did. So the point is that unnecessary political control has destroyed this country.
Please break down what you mean by unnecessary political control.
Yeah, you see, for instance, governors see the police as an extension of their political parties, which they control. Not at all. Police is not a political party. Nigerian police is not a political party. Neither is an extension of their political party.
How do they control the police?
The governor wants to tell the IG to post who to come and commissioner of police in the state. A governor will tell the commissioner of police to post who to be a DPO in a local government division. That is not supposed to be so. The IG knows which commissioner of police has capacity and capability, has the competence to manage in terms of professionalism, in terms of operations, in terms of investigations, in terms of crisis management, to be able to go to each state. You can't just post anybody based on political consideration or based on parochial nepotic considerations or political considerations. No, it is based on capacity. You are paid post sent there because you know you can deliver. You do it because you have the capacity. But when you now allow politicians now control now, this control now is not, that's why the force is going down the drain. I weep in my heart when I see what is happening. I weep in my heart. I was civil federal operation for 6 years. I control the whole operation in the country. The whole operations in the Nigerian police in the country, I control for 6 years. Nobody ever controlled me.
How do we fix this? Let's look at the solutions.
I think I want to thank the IG this year for being proactive, for thinking ahead and planning ahead. He has proactively given a well-articulated, comprehensive memorandum to the National Assembly on how to address some of these challenges. And one of the things is that he has given about 60-page recommendation to the National Assembly. And I want the National Assembly to learn from Mr. President. During the last police day, Mr. President, in his address to the nation, said, equipping and funding the police, or equipping the police, is not be seen as an act of charity and an obligation. That is solely in line with Section 14B of the Constitution, which says, the security and well-being of citizens shall be in private posts of government at all levels, at state level, at local government level, at National Assembly. Should emulate from that, they should learn from that statement. And I pray Mr. President walk his talk. I think now the Messiah for the place has come by Mr. President's talk. The police is not there for anybody to control. The police should be empowered. In this country, we think of how, we are concerned how to destroy the institutions, empowering the individual and destroying the institutions that ought to act to be effective. Police is the key agency of democracy. Without policing, without policing and law enforcement, no democracy cannot grow. No government can survive, no government can function effectively. So the government should know that police has a critical role to play in the institutions of democracy and governance in this country. And without that, the government should not allow politicians. Politicians think they should not see police as their political party should control. They control politicians in their state. The police is a professional institution, security agency. That should not be tampered with at all. It's based on professionalism, based on competence, and based on capacity. So I want to enjoin Mr. President to please let him adopt his statement that policing, that equipping and empowering the police, empowering the police as an act of charity, an obligation. Let the governors also learn from that. Let them see that as a duty, not an issue of control. No law that says government should control the police. Not at all. By showing they're destroying the police. And by destroying the police, that's why the country is suffering today. Therefore, the country, because the police have been destroyed. The country today, see the police has not been relegated to the background, which is supposed to be the mother force, lead agency, internal security, in law enforcement and policing.
Sir, in 40 seconds, what will you advise the president to do now to kick off the resuscitation of the police? In your words, when you see what's going on in the police now, you weep.
Yeah, I think, like Mr. President said, I pray that he walks his talk when he says that equipping and funding the police is not an act of charity, but an act of obligation. Line Section 14B of the Constitution. The point is that let the police be well-funded, well-equipped, well-motivated. Police salary is the poorest in the country today, in the whole world. Of all the polices in the world, Nigerian police is the poorest paid. You send some divisions don't have police, they don't have police vehicles, patrol vehicles to respond to crisis. In my own local government, ICOM, they don't have vehicles. The only vehicle again was donated by the Cocoa Association of ICOM. There was an incident that happened in Boki and Obubra. The DPO had to go to the scene on a motorcycle. That's embarrassing to the government, embarrassing to the state. So I think what they should do is that to save Nigeria from security and save the country and save the government, the government should see to, Mr. President should see it as privatize effective police, privatize the issue of funding the police, equipping the police, and saying their morale and capacity training. Now, election is coming up, for instance. How prepared is the service security agency and the police for the election? They need to be trained, to be equipped. So I think Mr. President should please stand his ground and say, I want to make a mark. I want to make a difference. Okay. I want to leave a legacy. At the time you leave, let me remember. Now, remember Shehu Shagari, when Shagari was the president, when Shagari was in this country, he equipped the police very well. But unfortunately, when our military colleagues came on board, they saw the police as a threat. That the police well equipped, it will be checking military.
All right, sir.
So I think, Mr. President, I want you to do the best for this country. Leave the election that be remembered. Fund the police, equip the police, and empower the police, and you save the problem.
Institutions that are professional, accountable, intelligence-driven, properly equipped and capable of protecting lives without compromising public trust or engaging in damaging institutional rivalry. Nigeria can only build professional, trusted, and effective security institutions when political interference is reduced, accountability becomes institutionalized, officers are properly equipped and motivated, intelligence systems function effectively, and security agencies operate with coordination, discipline, professionalism, and respect for the rule of law. I'm Ada Bisong Ononye, and remember to say no to drugs. Thank you for watching. See you next week.
AIT